Welcome to the second day of our annual Congress, 29th. So it's a small, like a preliminary Congress to the anniversary one, the 30th, that will happen next year. And we hope to have much bigger event next year, and we hope to hold it here online, not online, but offline with online participation, of course. And so our next speaker on our conference, he is almost our top 10 in the SIS Congress, is Dr. Vladimir Voeikov. Um, uh, his speech is about his main topic of his research for all his life, about water. And we welcome Dr. Voeikov, and here we go.
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Now, as Igor, I will also add only some new probably details to what I was talking about last year, because this is the problem which interests me and which I think is really very important, the role of water in bioenergetics. Well, first, Leone asked me just to introduce myself, a few words, yes, I'll say. So I'm professor, do you hear me?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. I'm professor of the Faculty of Biology, Moscow University, and I work at the Department of Bioorganic Chemistry, but I am a biophysicist with the emphasis on bio, also graduated from this Faculty of Biology. And so I'm more adherent to biology than to physics and to molecular biology. I like general biology more. And as a matter of fact, working all my life at the Faculty of Biology, only a couple of decades ago, I realized that biology, which is all based on water, is not considered at the Faculty of Biology at all, if not to talk about the Department of Ichthyology or Department of Hydrobiology, but there water is only the medium in which the animals which they study live. And when we're talking about so-called physical chemistry, chemical biology, biophysics, molecular biology, genetics, molecular genetics, and so on, practically you will not find water there. And I sometimes just emphasize such a thing that when you take the classical textbook of biochemistry by Leninger, which is more than 1,000 pages, there are only 2% of these pages, or even less than 2% of these pages, are devoted to water, while water constitutes at least 70% of our mass, of our body, or sometimes, I'll talk a little more about this, more than 99% of all mass of the living system. So we just begin only to recognize the water, though more than 2,050 years ago, and 500 years ago, Thales of Milet said already that water is the principle of all things, that all things are created from water and all things return to water. So what was understood 500 years ago, we begin to realize practically several decades ago. Though all living systems are basically water systems, and living state is essentially transformation of energy into useful work. So when we are talking about life, we are talking about energy. When we are talking about living things, we are talking about water aqueous systems. And my lecture will be just devoted to unification of two things, energy and living state. You see, again, we are standing, as they say, on the shoulders of heroes, of titans of science. And one of such heroes, one of such titans, was the Hungarian and American great scientist, one of the founders of the modern biochemistry, Albert Szent-Györgyi, who was a Nobel Prize winner for the discovery of vitamin C. And Albert Szent-Györgyi, he is the author of the word bioenergetics, biology and energy. We should, when we are talking about bioenergetics, we should start from his definition of bioenergetics. Bioenergetics is the science of production, transformation, and use of energy for the implementation of vital activities. His book entitled Bioenergetics appeared very, very long ago, in 1956. And I would say that until now, we still, scientific community, biological community, still do not understand bioenergetics as the founder of this science, Albert Szent-Györgyi, defined it. So he designed few principles of bioenergetics. First, he said that vital activity or living activity is produced by two types of energy. By energy stored in the chemical bonds, which he designs as E in brackets, for example, in ATP molecule. And that is the only form of energy, practically, which we study and teach students in our science courses. But there is another type of energy, that is mobile energy of excitation of biological structures, which he designs as E with the star, also in brackets. And so in order to, the task of bioenergetics is to reveal the mechanism of energy transformation in living matter into mechanical, electrical, and chemical work, which is just the life work. So according to this, to Szent-Györgyi, this energy which is stored in chemical bonds, starting from lipids, starting from carbohydrates, then converting into ATP molecules and other so-called macroenergetic molecules, though they are not macroenergetics at all. But then this energy should be converted into mobile energy of excitation of biological structures. And then this energy of excitation of biological structures, it is transformed into work. Albert Szent-Györgyi just proclaimed this, how many? Already 70 years ago. And also he, on one side, he was talking about the energy transformation and conversion into work. On the other side, he was talking about the material foundation of this transformation of energy. And the material foundation for this conversion of energy, he saw in water. He was not the only one. There were very few Russian scientists and also Gilbert Lin at that time, but at least less than a dozen of big scientists understood the importance of water in 1950s for living state. And he also said that water, together with structural elements of the cell, forms an invisible system providing its stable electronically excited state. So, structural elements of the cell, which we study as proteins, polysaccharides, nucleic acids, lipids, and things like this, without water, they are not useful. They're simply chemicals. And in structured water, he was talking at that time already 70 years ago that water may be structured in living systems. In structured water, electronic excitation can exist for a surprisingly long time, which is extremely important for biological energy transfer. And that is, he also wrote in this book that bioenergetics is nothing else but the special aspect of water chemistry. So what did he mean by the excited state of matter? As a matter of fact, there was another scientist who dramatically disappeared in 1930s in Soviet Union, but great, one of the founders of also of bioenergetics and theoretical biology, Erwin Bauer. Sandieri didn't know about Erwin Bauer's work in 1957. And according to Bauer, and then according to Sandieri, one of the major sources of free energy needed for the performance of work, sustaining living state, is the excited non-equilibrium state of cellular molecular and supramolecular structures, aqueous structures, hydrated structures. In a sense, our living state is the state of excitation, collective excitation, like in laser, when our living matter resides in an excited state, and then it goes into ground state, releases energy, and this energy is transformed into electrical work, into mechanical work, into chemical work. Our living state is a state where structure of matter is an excited state, and it differs from structure of the same matter in the equilibrium ground state. So again, this is the major in living systems. This is the major property of water to support excited state of molecules which live together with water. So what is the origin of electronic excitation in living matter? Electronic excitation may appear, in fact, only when the matter is pumped with high density energy. And high energy electrons or excited electron donors can be directly transferred to O2, allowing more direct use of their energy. So again, Sandieri, he was talking that electrons from fuel, from carbohydrates and fats can not only go to the electron transport chain in mitochondria and then slide down this electron transport chain converting into ATP, but these electrons can directly directly couple with oxygen. That was idea of Sandieri again in 1950s. And when oxygen is directly reduced by these electrons, and this reduction is neutralized by protons, then after appearance of such intermediate products like hydroxyl radical, hydrogen peroxide, hydroxyl radical, hydrogen peroxide, superoxide radical, which are very short-living, then the products of this reaction are water, that oxygen is reduced and something is oxidized by oxygen, and energy in the form of equivalent to light. Light in near infrared, light in visible part of the spectrum, and even in ultraviolet part of the spectrum. And the intermediate products of this reaction are reactive oxygen species. So this is, in fact, the burning, the classical burning as we know it. And what was the very brave, I would say, the suggestion of Sangiardi, that this burning may take place in living systems, converting the converting the substances into electronically excited state. In fact, even at that time, it was already discovered that the more intense life is, the stronger it shows its paramagnetic properties due to free radicals formed in these single electron redox processes. So these unpaired electrons of free radicals, these are nanomagnets. And the more radicals originate, the more paramagnetic is a living system. That was also discovered in 1950s and then completely forgotten, because these free radicals are very highly energetic particles, and they were considered to be the pathological particles, because if they do not go for production of useful work, then they degrade the biomolecules such as proteins, nucleic acids, and so on. And the emphasis of their was at that time, for many decades, reactive oxygen species were considered as the particles which cause practically all pathological states. And only in the last 15, well, at least 20 years, we begin to understand that without reactive oxygen species, life cannot exist. These species are the source of energy of electron excitation as it was envisaged by Albert Sangiardi. So, can water ensure the excited state of living matter, another state of living matter, not ground, as it is considered by the contemporary biochemistry? And again, I just quote Sangiardi, that water forms an invisible system together with structural elements of the cell, providing a stable electronically excited state of the system. And in structured water, electron excitations can exist for a surprisingly long time, which is extremely important for biological energy transfer. And now let us just turn to real living systems, or I like to talk sometimes about extreme living systems. Sometimes they ask, is there living water? In fact, everybody knows, and some of us even had in our hands living water. For example, in a form of such a hydroid like jellyfish. Some jellyfishes, some species of jellyfishes consist of water on 99.9% by mass, and solids, which are which are only interested in, for example, bioorganic chemistry and molecular biology, is only 0.1% of these living systems. And they're really living. They're very excited. For example, this is the species of jellyfish or medusa, which is shining light. That means that there is tremendously intense energetic processes go in this living water. And only few people are surprised that such a pure water lives in much more dirty water. For example, seawater in which these jellyfishes live, they contains much more solids and much less water by mass. Nevertheless, water is dynamically structured in a jellyfish due to its interactions with solids embedded in it. Water serving the source of energy fueling vital functions. Water is responsible for integration of internal and external information and for organism reaction to it. So, though jellyfish should contain, of course, these particles, the biomolecules, in order to stay living, but it may be practically built only of water, not all practically, of water, and still water is alive, it is in this excited state. I said already, and I just repeated after Sangieri, rephrasing him, that water may be the source of electronic excitation, that water, in fact, may burn. Sangieri came to this conclusion himself, though if to look into the literature, it turns out that as far long ago as in 18th century, it was discovered that water is both the catalyst of burning and is also a fuel, that water may burn. And this discovery was was made by the British chemist Elizabeth Fulham, and published in a book which has a very long title, but it's an essay on combustion, essay about burning. In this book, she insisted that water is the necessary catalyst for combustion. For example, dry coal doesn't burn in dry air. According to Elizabeth, here's a citation from this very, very old book, that carbon attaches to oxygen of the water and forms carbonic acid, while the hydrogen of the water unites with oxygen of the air and forms a new quantity of water equal to that decomposed. In order just not to think very long about this phrase, I give here the scheme. For example, when carbon is oxidized, we know that carbon combines with oxygen, and we have the very simple reaction: carbon plus oxygen is carbon dioxide. But according to Fulham, more than 200 years ago, she said that carbon is oxidized by oxygen, which it takes from water molecules. And somehow water molecules should be split for this. She didn't think about how it happens. And hydrogens, which are released from the split water molecules, they combine with oxygen and produce water in the quantity which was used for carbon oxidation. So in fact, carbon burning is not burning of carbon, it is water combustion. It is burning of water. Carbon is, of course, is oxidized, but water is also oxidized. So that is hydrogens of water which are oxidized, and it works as a catalyst. Water used and doesn't disappear; it returns back. It works as a catalyst. As a matter of fact, the catalysis was, as we know it, was discovered, or at least considered to be discovered, 100 years later, at the end of the 19th century. So Elizabeth Fulham was discoverer not only of the very interesting process of water burning, but also of the catalyst. Now, more than 200 years later, already in the 21st century, it was shown that water is really a fuel, and that it can really burn. This discovery was made by the American inventor. He was not even a scientist; he was a radio technician, John Canzius. I will not don't have time to tell how this discovery was made, and he didn't. It was a side effect of his other research. But he found that if you take seawater or salted water and puts this salted water near the generator of radio waves, and there is some spark, then this salted water under irradiation of radio waves from radio generator will start burning. And the temperature of this flame is more than 1,500 degrees. So it burns practically to the end, and only salt remains. So what burns? In fact, of course, it's not water which burns. It is hydrogen, which is released from water molecules and combines back with oxygen molecules. So here we have this so-called water burning. By the way, when we think about the logs which are burning, these also are not just cellulose which is burnt and so on. This is also mostly hydrogen of carbohydrates which is oxidized by oxygen. So it turns out that water which is used against burning, we know this very, very well. So we use water to extinguish flame, is the fuel itself. It also can burn. And why water is so special? Why can it extinguish flame, and why can it be a fuel? Because real water is never a homogeneous liquid, as it is written and as Igor told you in the previous lecture, residing in equilibrium with its environment. It is a multi-phase, complex dynamic system. So water, as we know it, water in a glass, of course, it is not equal to water which is in a living state in this jellyfish. These are two different waters which coexist with each other. The jellyfish may live in water like in a glass, and water like in a glass can produce water like a jellyfish, about which we were talking with Igor in the previous lecture. So one of the forms of which gives water this heterogeneity was discovered or rediscovered by Jerry Pollack, of which we were talking already. He discovered the exclusion water, so to say, or exclusion zone water, the new aggregate state of water abundant in nature. And this discovery is very, very clearly described in his book, The Fourth Phase of Water, which I think should become the necessary textbook for all those who are interested in nature, not only in living nature, but also in non-living nature, in atmosphere, in oceans, in rivers, and so on. So what was discovered by Pollack? He discovered that near the hydrophilic surfaces, this polyvinyl acetate gel, this gel is itself filled with water, and his surface of this gel is very well hydrated, that these near hydrophilic surfaces of this gel and practically all other hydrophilic surfaces, like the surface of quartz, like the surface of cells, like the surface of organelles, there originates the water which is structured. And about structured water, Igor already was telling you. So he has shown that if you immerse in water, which is nearby this gel, some indicators which we call microspheres. These indicators are very fast. There is a very fast processes of expelling these indicators from water which is nearby this surface. So water which hydrates the surface is very different from water in which these particles can be suspended. This water expels also from from itself not only microparticles, microspheres, but also macromolecules and also many low molecular weight molecules. So this water has different structure from water in which is a solvent for particles, for molecules, for ions. It has different structure which is reminiscent but not identical to structure of ice. And this water practically very important for all biology because if we look at any organism is the great collection of surfaces which are hydrophilic surfaces. Just imagine a cell which has a hydrophilic surface from outside, inside, which there is a lot of organelles in a cell which are also hydrated and so on. So cell is full with this water. So this discovery, or better to say rediscovery, because this was discovered or suggested by Gilbert Lynn in 1950s, and Saint Yerdi acknowledged this discovery. Then this discovery was made a little later by other scientists, but Pollock made this discovery organized and made other discoveries. So what is this fact, empirical fact, that water adjacent to hydrophilic surfaces, which is called, before it was called interfacial water, Pollock called it exclusion zone water because it excludes from itself the molecules and particles which cannot be dissolved in it. Is different from bulk water in majority of physical and chemical properties. And water hydrophilic surfaces, I said it, these are surfaces of minerals, of nanoparticles, most of them, biopolymer surfaces of cells and organelles. And this water is in contact always with bulk water. This is the chaotized water. So any aqueous system consists of two forms of water: interfacial or exclusion zone water and bulk water, that is chaotic water, like most of water in a glass. And so this interfacial or easy water is the fourth phase state of water: liquid crystalline, quasi-polymeric, and coherent water. Bulk water is ordinary quasi-chaotic water. So there are many different differences between this easy water and bulk water. And I'll just only dwell on most important properties of interfacial water. What are these properties? That electrons in interfacial water are in an excited state, and slight impulses can make them free. So when we were talking about electronic excitation, in a sense, this is already the state of electronic excitation. Easy water is an electronically excited state. And second very important discovery made by Pollock is that radiation, especially light in the infrared part of the spectrum, or ambient warmth, increases electron donating capacity of interfacial water. So the appearance of this battery, negatively charged battery, this is the easy water, and the acceptor of these electrons or positively charged water, this is bulk water. They originate this charge separation originate due to the excess of external energy, which is energy of light and especially of infrared light. So the difference in potential difference between interfacial water, which is, well, here it's written here minus, and bulk water, which is plus, may reach as large, may become as large as 15 volts or 150 millivolts. As a matter of fact, from this water now there are patents which allow to extract energy or electricity from this just usual water which is in a hydrophilic vessel. Now, how it was discovered? If you take a hydrophilic gel nearby which this easy water originates, and put electrodes, microelectrodes, into the easy water and another electrode into bulk water, then there is the electrical current, though well, small current, but which can continuously flow from this water to this water. And there is, using voltmeter, you can see the potential difference between these two waters. So this current may flow for a very, very long period of time between these two waters. And as soon as this battery is just the source of energy, Pollack discovered a very interesting and very unusual, very unpredictable phenomenon. That if you take a tube made of hydrophilic material, for example, hydrophilic polymer, and you put this test tube on the bottom of some vessel, well, the common sense will tell you that nothing will happen. That water in this tube and water in outside, they will be still because they should be in equilibrium with the environment. But what was discovered, that when this hydrophilic tube is put on the bottom of the vessel, the continuous flow of water starts through this tube, and it flows and flows and flows for many, many hours. So this discovery was first rejected completely by scientists, and several years ago it was published in Science, in one of the major scientific journal, Science. So through a hydrophilic tube placed in water, water can flow almost indefinitely without the influence of external force. This is the first indication, that was the first indication, that water is itself a source of energy in an organized system. And also Pollack and some other people, they have shown that part of our flow of blood through our vessels is supported not by pressure of heart and the pressure of muscles and so on. It is supported by the properties of water. One may stop heart, one may switch off the respiration, oxygen respiration, and water will for a long time will continue to flow through, not water, blood will flow through vessels for a very long period of time due to this excess of energy in this organized water system. Now, there is another, so water may serve a source of another energy of electronic excitation. So I will just remind you of what I was telling a little before, that interfacial or easy water has reducing properties. That means it is a source of electrons. And as being a reducer, it may burn. That means that it can give these electrons to oxygen. Burning produces free energy and can produce chemical work or work of transport and things like this. So this water may be source of electrons, and these electrons can go to oxygen. Oxygen will be reduced to this with these electrons, and the product of this burning reaction is again water. Water is a fuel, and water is the product of burning. But energy will be released. When you have burning, you always get high density energy. and the intermediate products of this burning of water are reactive oxygen species. They are very high density energy is released when these reactive oxygen species recombine with each other. As a matter of fact, there is a question, how much this reactive oxygen species can originate from respiration. Respiration is oxygen consumption. We are living systems. We can consist of water, and we can consume this oxygen, which can burn our water. The recent experimental data shows that usually not less than 20% of oxygen which we consume is transformed into reactive oxygen species, which immediately disappear, converting to water. And in a state of excitation, when we are very excited, when we produce a very intensive work, this production of reactive oxygen species may reach 90% from all oxygen which we consume. But as soon as the stationary state of reactive oxygen species in the organism is few micromoles or even femtomoles, that means as they are produced and they immediately degraded, producing this energy of electronic excitation. So water is burnt, is converted into another water, bulk water. When one can say that when all this easy water is burnt, then the process should stop. So water is burnt and it transformed into bulk water, which is a ground state of water. But so when structured water burning takes place, then quantity of structured water becomes less and less, and quantity of the product of its burning, unstructured water, increases and increases. And so when fuel is consumed, there is no burning. But this second discovery of Pollack, that infrared radiation or warmth is the energy which is always with us, which is always in the environment, is needed for conversion this bulk water back to easy water, makes this process like a perpetuum mobile. This is, of course, not perpetuum mobile, but this is the process of conversion of external energy, warmth, into energy, free energy of excitation, which can be used for production of different forms of useful work. So this property of water allows to restore initial high free energy, rich state of an aqueous system. We use water and we gain water. We use organized water, and we, from non-organized water, build back organized water. So, in fact, this property of aqueous system probably determines the specific features of potentized aqueous solutions used for preparation of ultra-high diluted active preparations. I will not go into details. We already discussed a lot about this with Igor. But a lot of data accumulated, providing data accumulated, says that dynamization, succussion, agitation of aqueous systems results in water splitting, originating of reactive oxygen species in it, and generation of energy of electronic excitation in the course of their elimination. So aqueous systems may reside in this excited state very, very long time. Under normal condition, this process goes, but if you agitate these aqueous systems, you get more and more this easy water, you get more and more reactive oxygen species, and you get more and more intensive excited state of living matter. And this excited state of living matter is the source of these fields of which we are talking in the previous lecture. So how water converts into easy water converts into bulk water. There may be mechanical agitation of this water, but there may be chemical catalysts of easy water burning. And we just found that bicarbonate present in water, and bicarbonate is present in all waters practically with which we are dealing. Well, so waters in living organism always contain bicarbonate because bicarbonate is the product of oxidation, of respiration. So it is a catalyst of water oxidation. So indeed, that bicarbonate is very much needed for respiration, for oxidation, and also for oxidation of water. It was discovered also more than 100 years ago. So it was discovered that carbon dioxide is necessary for aerobic respiration at the end of 19th century. At the level of the body, if there is not enough bicarbonate in our body, then oxygen will not help your respiration. In order to consume oxygen, you need to have enough bicarbonate in your body. And so it is at the cellular level and at the molecular level. So the bicarbonate solutions are always burning. As a matter of fact, all water, good water, which are drinking, are all bicarbonate solutions. And in fact, we also have shown that bicarbonate support stable long-term water burning. If you take bicarbonate solutions, just like drinking water, mineral water, put them into hermetically closed vessel and add to this water a very, very small quantity of hydrogen peroxide in order to excite this bicarbonate solution. Then this water begin to burn, it begin to emit photons for many months, even in complete darkness. Here is one of the hundreds of experiments which we performed. This is we measured photon emission. Of course, here is exaggeration. It doesn't shine so brightly as in this picture. In order to see photon emission from such a bicarbonate solution to which we added a very, very small quantity of hydrogen peroxide, you need to have a sensitive photon counters. And these photon counters show that when you prepare such a solution, then there is such a intensity of photon emission from this solution. Something is burning. But this intensity then increases and increases and increases. I'd like to draw your attention to the scale here. This is 1 month, another month, third month. So the whole this plot is more than 1 year. So for first days, the solution becomes more and more intensely burning. And then it continues on this intense burning for at least 2 months. Then something happens there, something originates there, its burning becomes low, but still after 1 year, it continues to burn visibly. We are, in fact, our organism and organism of all living things, living systems, is practically bicarbonate solutions, and our solutions, due to this property of water, is continuously burning, increasing electronic excitation of our living matter. And this excited state is very, as physicists know, is very sensitive to very, very low intensity external excitations, if they are in resonance with the frequencies for this electronic excitation of this system. And what we managed to show that, for example, we took such a solution which was continuously burning already for a couple of months. So here is the stationary state. These are circadian rhythms. These rhythms are daily rhythms of this burning, and this burning may continue, as you could see from the previous slide, for many months longer. But at this, we were happy to monitor this burning when there was a moon eclipse in Moscow. And it turns out that when moon eclipse starts in Moscow, in fact, not only in Moscow, on all Earth, but in Moscow it was full moon eclipse, then intensity of this burning, which was at a stationary level for several weeks and so on, dramatically increased when the eclipse starts exactly at the moment of start of the eclipse. Then it reached a level which was higher several times the original level, and of course eclipse ended here, but water stayed in an excited state for 2 days at least. And after these 2 days, 48 hours after eclipse stopped, then it dropped down to the original level, but still it was in a more excited state than before this eclipse. And I think that we know that the cosmophysical factors such as moon eclipse, moon phase, sun eclipses, the geomagnetic storms, and so on, they affect our state of our mood, state of health, and so on, especially in people with some problems. And here, water in a test tube, just the model of water in our organism, so dramatically reacts to these influences. I have no time to show you that it also reacts to addition of homeopathic remedies by change of its properties, like it was mentioned here, for example, highly diluted Fullerene solutions influence the intensity of water burning in this test tube and so on. But in fact, what is the major conclusions from what I've told you in this talk? I would like to summarize some unique properties of aqueous systems. Aqueous systems are capable of self-organization into holistic units. Igor German was talking about this. So especially when you have surfaces, hydrophilic surfaces, then this self-organization is promoted much easier. So these aqueous systems may extract low-density energy of worms, or scientifically talking, infrared radiation from the environment, and convert it into high-density free energy, making them charged systems. And being charged systems, they are capable to perform useful work. In fact, what is capable to perform useful work? Energy of excitation is converted to work according to the formula of Albert Sandierdi, and this is bioenergetics. So aqueous systems, complex aqueous systems consisting of organized water and disorganized water, is already the basis of bioenergetics. So the intrinsic activity allocate them with the capacity to receive resonant signals from the environment and react to them. And they may solve the source of coherent photonic or phononic radiations. Being in an excited state, they not only absorb energy, absorb this weak energy, but they are also the sources. They can emit these photons, and we call this phenomenon biophotonics, which was discovered by first by Alexander Gurevich in the form of mitogenetic rays, and which was studied later on by Fritz Albert Popp, who called this photon emission from living system biophotons. And the source of these biophotons, basically, again, it is complex aqueous systems. So, aqueous systems ensure the mechanism of bioenergetics, energy transformation in living matter into mechanical, electrical, and chemical work suggested by Saint-Diardi. So the energy which is maybe conserved in such molecules ATP and other just molecules of other fuels and molecules also of water is converted into energy of electronic excitation and to water. And so I'd like to finish with the famous saying of Saint-Diardi. Water is life, matter and matrix, mother and medium. There is no life without water. So Saint-Diardi just repeated what tales 2,500 years ago already proclaimed. So, obrigada pela atenção.
Okay, thank you very much to Dr. Voeikov for the presentation. Even though I have heard most of this information before, I still cannot say that I understand it fully. So each time I'm trying to wrap my mind around these intriguing facts. But if anybody asks me, the water is burning, and then I have heard about that, but I can't explain that. So very, very interesting topic, and really unusual and out of the box information about the unusual properties of water. Thank you very much to Dr. Voeikov once again. Our next speaker is from Honduras, from very, very far away. So he's not online, I think, yet. He's not even waking up. Oh no, he's already connected. Well, good, Dr. Contreras. So he has sent his presentation, and he will tell us about the integrative medicine and acupuncture point systems. Some things we have heard from Dr. Neto Pignataro yesterday, so Dr. Contreras will show his point of view on this topic. So let's go.
Hello, I'm very glad to present to you a new conference related to the medicine, the ancient ones, and the physics in his studies in quantum researches applied to medicine. It's an elaborated conference. Helps a lot of books, including this book of Dr. Konstantin Korotkov, The Energy of the Health. Also books in quantum healing. This is related to how to treat the mind by Frank Kinslow, North American doctor, applied these theories to heal mental problems. Of course, the Yellow Emperor of Chinese medicine, this long ago book to study acupuncture and medicine in Chinese healing. These books, Dr. Voeikov from Germany about the electroacupuncture and the modern advances in his time. Also, we have to study books about physics, modern physics, with all that appears with the experiments, with a lot about cosmos and so on. Interesting work. And I have my own book about acupuncture and traditional Chinese medicine from my studies in China, in Taiwan and Beijing also. I am glad to be with you again. Biological and quantum energy medicine. About 6,000 years ago, in ancient China, Emperor Huang Ti, or the Yellow Emperor, established the foundation of an energy medicine, detailing the multiple mechanisms of the various energies that interact in the human organisms to maintain the life and a balance of health, spirit, mind, body, and environment. You can see this nice figure of the Emperor Huang Ti. In his book, Nei Qin Shu Wen Shu, the Tao, the All, the total universe, is described as made up of energies with positive or yang and negative in yin characteristics, which make up everything that exists, and symbolize it is as follows. You can see in this picture the cosmos and an approach of the Earth covered with the energies around the planet, our planet. The Nei Qin give us the idea of Tao, the yin and the yang, and related to Tai Chi. Contains the 22 types of energy, yin and yang energies, that exist throughout the creation of the universes. Chinese medicine teaches us that this large quantity of energies structures the heaven and the earth, and everything that exists in the action of yin and yang, which translated into current physical science is the atomic and subatomic activity that produce energy. Current physics has a scientific, research, and higher precision basis due to the technological processes developed in the 20th century and the 21st century in laboratories such as the European Organization for Nuclear Research, the CERN. CERN major objective is to investigate the fundamental structure of the universe by developing cutting-edge experiments that expand the boundaries of science and technology. among other global research centers. The principles of traditional medicine, such as Ayurvedic medicine, traditional Chinese medicine, and the ancestral medicine of indigenous peoples of the Americas, have much in common with the quantum vision of the universe. These traditions view the human being as a unique whole, where body, mind, and spirit are interconnected along with the universe. In recent years, a fascinating connection has been discovered between the ancient wisdom of traditional medicine and the principles of quantum physics. Traditional Chinese acupuncture is an ancient system that has proven effective in treating a wide range of diseases. It is based on the theory of yin and yang, which represents the balance between the two opposing but complementary forces. In general, TCA uses acupuncture, medical herbs, and other techniques to stimulate the flow of vital energy qi in the body. By understanding the connection between ancient wisdom and modern science, we can move toward a more holistic and effective approach to health and well-being. Acupuncture is based on a well-known universal energy systems, explained by the experience of the Chinese in their application to human beings. And quantum healing therapies aim at treating people's physical, mental, spiritual, and energetic health, and is based on each person's relationship with their inner universe. We can see the action of an acupuncture needles. Inserting the needles in deep in the tissues, we can tonify and we can sedate the energies. Turning right increases energy, and turning left decreases the energies. Regulate energy of atoms and subatomic particles. This movement of the needles to the right tonification and to the left sedation. The remote action of acupuncture points induced by a needle, a toothpick, or a small device can be obtained in minimal scars that interferes with the passage of energy. Scars can create interference of an energy fields. In the concept of neural therapy by the brothers, medical doctors Walter and Ferdinand Uneke from Germany. I observe and reproduce the phenomenon in my own body. When I was a child, I had chickenpox, leaving a small round scar on my left hand in the epidermis, right along the pathway of the large intestine meridian. When I press and stimulate that small scar, I usually feel that my left large intestine at the descending section start to move, propelling gas or material to be expelled if necessary. I can insert a needle in that needle scar also. I can use a toothpick or even some stimulation with small instruments. In the following diagram, the pathway of energy from the index to the large intestine can be seen and described in the theory of meridians in acupuncture. By applying acupuncture treatment according to the methodology of traditional Chinese medicine, vital energy is balanced to improve the patient health. Meridians or pathways of energy are 100 or 1,000 of them. Now, the interrelation of Chinese acupuncture with quantum physics, the macrocosm and the microcosm. In this picture, we can see yin yang, the universe considered in macro astronomy, macrocosm astronomy, and in the waves and particles related to the micro quantum physics. Since the 16th century, there has been a fierce debate about the nature of light. Some argued that light was composed of tiny particles, an idea championed by the English physicist Isaac Newton, but others viewed light as a wave phenomenon. In the 1803 British physicist Thomas Jones' double-slit experiment appears to provide definitive proof of the wave nature of light, and it was seen to exhibit interference, a behavior that would be inexplicable if it were made of particles. Our universe is deterministic and full of laws that conclusively establish how a system should be evolved. We learn these laws in everyday situations throughout experimentation, such as playing a sport and predicting the trajectory of a ball. Physics design experiments to discover these laws, allowing us to predict how our world will change over time, including application on the medical field. These are two beautiful pictures taken by the telescope, the new one. In this, we can see something that the universe and the forces of the yin and the yang. And at the right side, an astronomic galaxy with a black hole and something like a big needle crossing by. Beautiful galaxies. The inspiration for this talk came recently when I had a sudden fall, resulting in trauma to my left wrist, which had been swollen for several days. I decided to test whether acupuncture could be effective without any manipulation. I used two needles, one on the large intestine point 4, known as Hoku or Hegu, on the hand, and the 3 warmer point 5 or Y1 on the traumatized wrist, which was still swollen. I felt a slight sensation of energy absorbing, and also I had a third point, Long 7 or Li Chue. These acupuncture needles were placed on this point for 20 minutes without any manipulation, and during that time, the swelling decreased. You can see the experiment. My left hand was swollen with the acupuncture points in large intestine 4, long 7, and triple warmer. 5. Checking the 20 minutes with a watch. I insert the needles, fill the chi, and leave the needle for 20 minutes. With the above, I was able to confirm the phenomenon of immediate action quantum healing induced at the level of the spaces between the atoms and subatomic particles of our body, as my collaborators and I directly appreciated how my wrist became normal. The needles enter the atomic and subatomic space of the human body, activating and regulating the energy of atomic particles. At the atomic level, there are nuclei with their protons, electrons, and neutrons, and their positive yang and yin and neutral charges. At the subatomic level, there are multiple quantum subatomic particles. New theories of quantum physics approach the concept of acupuncture, delving deeper into the fundamental concept of energy. The vital forces that animate structures is what the Chinese call qi or qi, the breath of life, which is a projection of the energy of the cosmos. After conception and birth, this ancestral energy develops and forms a network of energy pathways, passing through the internal organs and forming a vast network of energy circuits in the skin with its thousands of acupuncture points. With this all, I verify that this energy channel exists, that they are susceptible to being stimulated in tonification or sedation, and they active the function that correspond to them in its intricate pathway. There is no point where there are MPO, meridian points and energy in our body. Some quantum healing. In the whole world, we have acupuncture that circulates energy to restore the energy balance of the body and its organ, including the aura and mind. Also, pranic healing, that is a healing system that aims to cleanse the aura and balance the chakras, aligning them properly and restoring the normal flow of luminosity to these inner energies. Also, biofeedback is a practice based on physiological function, using instruments that provide information about the activity of biological systems with the primary goal of balancing them. Qigong is a Chinese system comprised of breathing techniques, meditation, and exercises designed to promote well-being and a balanced life. Pranayamas are breathing techniques derived from yoga and serve to restore health, improve blood oxygenation, and rebalance our emotions. These therapies often gives a lot of health benefits such as improve mental focus and increase decision-making abilities. Also, deep emotional transformation by addressing trauma and emotional blockage, and great deal of positive energy is released, promoting happiness and well-being. improve physical health by restoring energy flow. The immune system is strengthened, and the healing of physical ailments is accelerated. For biological medicines, germs such as fungi, bacteria, viruses, and viroids, considered by Western medicine as causes, are nothing more than indicators of the energetic disturbances that the patient has in general or in some areas of their body. Parasites, fungi, and so, and also virus. If the attacked organism is not treated correctly, it goes from centrifugal elimination at worst to a centripetal phase, inwards, and it forced to retain what it's going to eliminate or expel, and worse alteration occur, such as heart attack, neuritis, neuralgia. Instead of going out, it's going inside all these toxins. Also diabetes, cancer, lung cancer, breast cancer, ulcers, in the stomach, in the skin, bad circulation. Example of progressive deterioration according to the homotoxicology of Reykjavik. The fundamental premise of every living being must be to maintain its health and know how to activate its healing power. The healing tendency of nature is synonymous with life itself and is known as the nature. We can embrace a tree with the living energy, some herb for curing our ailments, or we can contact hand to hand other people's. Instead of life, death, lifeless things are passive receptors of the influence that surround them, and their function is to disintegrate and die. Living things, on the other hand, receive, condense, and transmit energy, a balance of energy that gives us vitality and life, in a balance of healthy known as homeostasis, which in turn is the secret of longevity. Walking hand in hand with nature helps to the patient rediscover lost harmony and regain their health. We can make meditation, yoga, exercises in nature. Care must be taken in choosing the methods by which health is restored. Biological and quantum energy medicine, with all its healing methods, including those of orthodox medicine that do not cause harm or imbalance in the mechanism of life, all work hand in hand. The patient must be treated as a whole, with their energetic imbalance in their body, mind, and emotions. Biological medicine is receiving incredible scientific support from quantum physics, allowing us to glimpse extraordinary advances, such as those occurring in the application of artificial intelligence in medicine. These presentations combine the ancient teaching of Chinese sages, who applied their knowledge of the energy of the universe to ancient medicine technique to their societies. In conclusion, these studies and experiences help us understand and confirm the teaching of the Chinese sages in the intricate system of energy, their function, and the well-defined external and internal pathways that traverse the human body and enable this energy functioning. If we view it as a global and orderly system, a firm and profound relationship is established, much like quantum systems. I hope this conference will help our understanding of life and death and the relation of humans with the universe. Thank you very much. From Honduras, Roberto Antonio Contreras. Rosa.
Thanks to Dr. Roberto Contreras. Very good speech, and you see the approach of testing everything on yourself, not trusting anyone, but check it on yourself and find the proof that it actually works. Very brave doctor. So thank you, Dr. Contreras, again for your presentation. Very nice to have you here with us. And our next speaker, Alexandra Banayan, she is a sports psychologist. So she will be speaking about psychophysiological effects of psychological counseling for people experiencing professional burnout. Well, professional burnout is a very popular topic nowadays. And it will be very interesting to hear what Alexandra will share with us. So I will give the word to Alexandra.
Hello, everybody. I will share my screen. Okay.
Yes, we can see it.
Can you see it? Okay. Good afternoon, dear colleagues and participants of the Congress. I would like to present to your attention a report on the topic that Dmitry already said, psychophysiological effects of psychological counseling for people experiencing professional burnout, with the results of our practical research with applying the biowell gas discharge visualization. So to begin with, let me introduce the team of authors. Водопьянова Наталья Евгеньевна, Doctor of Psychology, Professor of the Department of Psychology of Occupational Health and Professional Activity at St. Petersburg State University. She is the author of the resource model for burnout prevention and one of the leading scientists in this field of professional burnout in our country. Rail Hairulin is a graduate student at the St. Petersburg State University. He is a practicing psychologist and an expert in negotiations in business professional counseling. And he is the author of the 7-step model of professional counseling. And me, Alexandra Banayan, is a candidate of psychological science, psychologist and psychophysiologist. In the past, head of the Laboratory of Psychology and Psychophysiology of Sports in Scientific Research Institute. I have been working with athletes of national teams for more than 15 years, and in my practice, I use hardware methods for diagnosing and monitoring the psychophysiological state of athletes, and GDV method is the main one. The study of the psychophysiological state based on human bioenergetics parameters is currently becoming relevant in various areas. So we have already heard during this Congress many areas, so health, education, and sports as well. Earlier in our research, we identified the discrepancy between students' subjective assessments of their condition and indicators of hardware methods, including GDV. Therefore, we believe that the control of psychophysiological effects is becoming particularly relevant in the process of psychological counseling for people experiencing problems of professional adaptation, burnout. In sports, the GDV method is used for monitor the psychophysiological state during training camps, to predict the success of performance, to assess the athlete's condition before the start and immediately after the finish of competitions, as well as to assess the quality of recovery process. And next slide. In modern conditions of uncertainty and digitalization, issues of professional burnout are becoming increasingly relevant. The results of the study shows that professional adaptation and maladaptation in the context of digitalization have a significant impact on the human condition. Digitalization complies adaptation processes, which leads to maladaptation. Maladjustment negatively affects the quality of work and the social psychological climate. Professional adaptation as a psychological phenomenon includes psychophysiological, psychological, and social components. Mastering skills and integrating into professional activities are key aspects of adaptation. An indicator of adaptation is an individual style of solving professional tasks. Thus, the study conducted by Vodopianova and Harulin revealed a change in the requests and psychophysiological experiences with which modern clients come to psychological help. Groups of customer requests were identified in the context of digitalization of life and work. They are increased anxiety of a general nature, increased anxiety directly related to work activity in terms of intensity and responsibility, signs of professional burnout, high financial burden, mortgage, children loans, problems with self-esteem, conflicts at work, the need for choice, changing jobs, positions, moving to another city. The results obtained allow us to state the need for new models and technologies of psychological assistance founded by a research-based approach and the monitoring of psychophysiological effects in the process of psychological counseling. A 7-stage model of professional counseling was developed by my colleagues in 2024, which contains first step, contact with the client, diagnostics, then detailed research, orientation in the request, then in-depth analysis, optimization of the client's condition, expanding the client's resource base, offering solutions to change cognitive behavioral strategies, changing schema models, using experimental, cognitive, and behavioral techniques. Recommendations for saving changes, the client's contact with himself. The aim of our study was to evaluate the effectiveness of seven-step model in psychological counseling for clients who experience problems of professional burnout using the gas discharge visualization method and to identify the psychophysiological effects. The present study involved 12 professionals from helping professions who came to psychological counseling with a request for help to overcome professional burnout. In the process of psychological counseling, the psychophysiological state of the clients was monitoring using BioWell, which recorded the following parameters: stress, energy, and integral parameter of psychophysiological state. It is the author's method using the integral index of the current psychophysiological state calculated according to the formula proposed by the author and presented on this picture. The method of monitoring of the psychophysiological state of the client consists in conducting a GDV survey of 10 fingers of both hands of the client before the start of the consultation and again after the end of all sessions. Here we can see the dynamics of changes in the psychophysiological state of clients before and after the counseling. Yellow bars are indicators of the psychophysiological state of the clients before the start of counseling, and the green one after a total of 16 hours of professional counseling according to the seven-step model proposed by our team. This picture presents dynamics of changes stress of clients before and after the psychological counseling. We can see also that the stress yellow bars are at the beginning and the green bars after all sessions. And we can see that the stress level decreased significantly. So about the energy. The energy index has also changed significantly from low values to optimal and elevated ones. The results of our study demonstrate the presence of significant differences in parameters before and after the impact of proposed seven-step counseling model in the group of 12 clients. Thus, our research allows us to conclude that the indicators stress, energy, and integrated index measured using the GDV method by BioWell can be used to diagnose burnout syndrome. The seventh step psychological counseling model based on the resources approach helps us to optimize the psychophysiological state and is effective in mitigating the severity of professional burnout. The GDV method can be used as a non-invasive tool for diagnostic monitoring of the psychophysiological effects of a person's condition associated with stress, emotional stress, and professional burnout by analyzing energy indications. And on behalf of our team of authors of the presented study, thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Alexandra. Very interesting results. And it's quite good to hear that application of GDV and BioWell is so effectively and efficiently is being used in professional spheres. And well, I have seen on your photos that you are using it not only for sports, but also in educational sphere, right? So
Right, you're right.
we'll
Yes.
hope to hear someday report and a presentation about this sphere of application too. Maybe next year.
Okay, sure.
Okay, thank you very much, Alexandra. And our next speaker for today is Dr. Neto Pignataro. Well, we had to split his big lecture into two lectures because it was too big. So those who were online yesterday, they have heard the first part of his presentation. So today he's going to deliver the second part of his lecture about the application of the BioWell in dentistry. And let's go, and we'll give the stage to Dr. Neto. And let's go.
Hello, I am Dr. Neto Pignataro, and I would like to once again thank the organization of the Congress, Science, Information and Spirit, for the opportunity to share this lecture with you all, in which I will talk about lifestyle and oral physiology, the connection of teeth, the importance of teeth to systemic health, and also discuss a bit about masticatory function for the audience who are not dentists, for every health practitioner, so that you can have a better understanding of the importance of the masticatory system, the masticatory function, with systemic health, and also for, in evaluating your patients, being able to refer your patients for dental treatment suitable, specialized, when you detect that the function, masticatory or oral homeostasis, is not adequate, and that it is important for the patient's balance. Very well. Then, in other lectures of this Congress, I talked about oral pathologies, the influence of oral pathologies on systemic health, the measurement of health with BioWell, and also the dental tab, the relationship of teeth with organs and systems, especially in mouths, with tooth loss, with many restorations, with many prostheses made with various types of metal, causing galvanism in the mouth, and also the presence of chronic issues, chronic infections, abscesses, and cysts. Anyway, However, today I would like to talk to you more about mouths that appear to be normal, apparently healthy, but that often have an altered chewing function, thus impacting systemic health. Our friend Dmitry Orlov has recently launched the new lifestyle tab on the software BioWell system, which includes various parameters, among them nutrition, which is often at adequate levels, but in many times it is below than ideal levels, because organs and systems related to nutrition, to the digestive system, to the intestine, are out of balance. So today we are going to address not only the issue of diet, but also the masticatory function. In other words, the ability we have to chew and prepare this food so that later it can be digested easier and absorbed by the system. We have in our hands two paths. The path, more artificial, of technology, but one that brings us much comfort, many conveniences, and the possibility of living in developed centers, enjoying the best that technology has to offer, however, paying the price, which is often the toxicity present in the air, in the water, in the food, the stress of a city with high levels of dangerousness, oftentimes criminality, all of them stemming from our current. And we also have the option of connecting with nature, breathing fresh air, drinking pure water, living in places where stress can be better managed. But often we cannot have direct contact with the system. So we have to create our bubble, our space where we try to integrate as best as possible with nature, correcting eating habits, doing compensatory exercises, meditation, therapeutic practices, and so on. However, even by creating this microspace, balanced, we have to live with our thoughts and the reactions we have to the sensations that come into contact with our mind. Civilized way of life, which can be positive sensations or negative sensations, feelings of attachment, feelings of pleasure, and that trigger a series of biochemical reactions in our body, putting or taking our system out of homeostasis. Thus, the environment directly affects us, transforming our genetic load, our genotype, into a phenotype, which is the adaptation to paratypical stimuli, also known as epigenetics, how the environment shapes us, resulting in a phenotype adapted to this environment. This is the case, for example, of the chewing function. Hominids are, the Homo genus has been present on Earth for at least 4 or 5 million years. And during this period of development, in this evolutionary period, humans underwent adaptations resulting from the use of tools, such as flaked stones, the mastery of fire, which led humans to change the texture of food, making it less fibrous and causing direct changes in the stomatognathing system. However, only in the last 300 years, with the Industrial Revolution, there was a drastic change in the texture and composition of foods. Then the foods became food products with a reduction in texture and fibers of these foods. Thus, there was a direct impact on the development of the arches, which suffered pure atresia, lack of adequate stimulation, and atrophy, with crowding of the teeth, functional alterations, pathologies in the joints, pathologies in the teeth, resulting from the environment caused by the softening of the food. This is easily understood when we look at studies like those conducted by Kiro Zul in 1991, who compared Tanzanian children with Finnish children, and he found that Tanzanian children had much less malocclusion, occlusal variations, they had good arch development, good growth, whereas the Finnish children had more atresia, more crowding, more occlusal problems, arch alterations, crowding of the teeth. And we can think that this may be a result to genetic, to race, to the ethnic group, because we are comparing Tanzanians with Finns. However, when we compare the Finns from the 16th and 17th centuries, we see that those individuals from the 16th and 17th centuries, pre-industrial period, were very similar to the skulls of the Tanzanians, with a well-developed masticatory system, good arch development, little dental crowding, in short, once again showing the importance of the environment, of the masticatory function, and the use of hard and fibrous foods. In a study we conducted in the city of Piracicaba, Brazil, we observed the prevalence of malocclusion among public school students with an incidence of approximately 85%. 85% of children had some type of malocclusion, with crossbite and open bite being the most common. Very well, let's better understand chewing, the masticatory cycle, how the contact between the teeth works, and how this alters or interferes with the development of the arches. Very well. When we chew, the mandible, which is the lower part, the lower jaw, the mandible, makes a drop-like movement, opening and closing. So, we can see here, logically, the mouth open, the masticatory movement to grind the food. The bottom teeth move over the top teeth, similar to a grinding stone or a pestle, to break down the food. Then, we have an opening phase, a lateral phase, a closing phase, and, finally, a dental sliding phase, where the teeth slide against each other, causing then a dental contact that will grind the food. And during chewing, our temporomandibular joints move, both in the rotational movement and in the translational movement. Very well. So let's evaluate two types of occlusion here. In this type of occlusion here, you can see that the teeth slide and all the teeth touch each other. In the lateral movement, all the teeth touch each other. In this movement, you can observe that in the lateral movement, just the canines touch, while all the other teeth open up to the left and to the right, as you can see. So look at the space that opens. Notice that on the left side, there was a much greater increase in space, while on the right side, the space was smaller. See? So, there is a difference in space opening, in this case, between the right side and the left side. And who controls the movement in this case is the canine, while here, the movement is total, all the teeth touch each other. Can you see the difference? So, in your opinion, which mouth has the most capacity to better grind the food? Has any dentist ever asked you or checked on you these differences? Has any dentist ever asked you which side you prefer to chew on? Because here there is a preferred chewing side. And if we observe the arch, we have here a deviation of the midline. So I have the upper midline and the lower midline, which is usually deviated to the side where the angle is smaller and the gap between the teeth is larger, this being the preferred chewing side, causing the jaw, little by little, to bend towards the side, functional to the preferred chewing side. Very well. So, we have two mouths with completely different functions, and the joint connecting the jaw and skull that moves forward and backward. This mouth, seemingly normal, even a beautiful mouth, when it moves to the side, it creates an angle here with a sliding motion and an opening between the teeth. Almost all the teeth touch here. When it moves to the other side, the opening is larger and this angle is greater. And the tendency is for the patient to chew on the side where the functional angle is smaller. The functional masticatory angle, planus, named after the dentist who discovered and developed it, called Pedro Planas, a Spanish dentist. So it's a mouth that has a preferentially unilateral masticatory function on the left side, as if it were a person walking with only one leg, or who preferably walked more with the left leg than with the right leg. And this causes functional implications. There are two similar mouths here, but when we slide them left and right, we notice that only the canines touch each other, as in that case, and then an opening occurs between the teeth, reducing chewing efficiency. This is known as a canine protection guide, regarded as suitable by orthodox dentistry, and it is also called organic gnethology. And here below we have a situation, as shown previously, where all the teeth touch, both on the left side and on the right side. Simultaneously, only the canine opposite to the chewing side does not touch. This is a proposal that has been created by neuroocclusal rehabilitation, which was developed by Pedro Planas, a mouth where we have total contact between all the teeth and greater chewing efficiency, considered by him as a balanced occlusion, a balanced mastication. And to test chewing efficiency, as I mentioned in the other lecture, we can use standardized elements for research, or even standardized carrot cubes, to assess the system's ability to fragment these particles. For once again I say, we are what we digest, not what we eat. And the size of the particles, as I mentioned in the other lecture, is very important to facilitate the digestive process. If we chew poorly chewed foods with excessively large sizes, we will slow down the digestion process and overload the digestive system, causing fermentation, reflux, among other pathologies, metabolic changes. This here is an indigenous woman from a Yanomami group who has never had contact with humans, so she has never eaten food brought by humans, much less sugar. Thus, the arches are well developed, and their food primarily consists of a native cassava flour, which is a root of Brazilian origin, a root that even contains a poison. But once they have chewed, the fermentation process starts outside the mouth. This cassava loses its poison and then becomes edible. So, cassava flour and also dried meat, smoked meat, taken from monkey, from paca, of capybara, and then dried in the smoke of the bonfire. It is a very tough and fibrous diet, thus producing well-developed arches. At the end of life, the teeth are very worn with the presence of tartar, but all the tribe members pass away, die with all their teeth in their mouths, well-developed arches, a function of natural balanced occlusion. So it was Pedro Planas who developed a work philosophy based on nature and the appropriate stimuli for the proper development of the arches, thereby producing a balanced occlusion with the capacity for good masticatory performance. As much as possible, the cause, the etiology of the problems are monitored from birth, evaluating the food that the child, since breastfeeding, natural breastfeeding, use of hard and fibrous foods as much as possible, and the rehabilitation of this masticatory system whenever an atresia or functional alteration is detected. So in this case here, we have the example of two children with malocclusion, where there is not a good relationship between the arches. If we observe the function, the attempt to slide the teeth, you can see that there is no proper relationship and that this child cannot slide the teeth, let alone have masticatory efficiency. So, it is not an aesthetic issue, it is a functional issue, which can be resolved very quickly with orthodontic and orthopedic techniques, so that the system is rehabilitated. So, we see here the two joints and the upper arch with the teeth, the deciduous teeth. In Brazil, we refer to them as milk teeth. When the jaw touches here, as there is poor development of the upper arches, caused by habits, genetics, pacifier use, for example, there is an arch constriction and a poor dental relationship. So the teeth touch and the deviation occurs to the right or to the right or to the left. So here we have the lower molar bibuccal on the outside, while here we have the molar in an appropriate position. So this causes a deviation of the temporomandibular joint and an alteration of function, which can be corrected with the use of direct track resin or orthodontic appliances, which correct this malocclusion quickly, restoring proper alignment, centralization of the arches, efficient chewing, completely transforming the child's life. often early on without the need for appliances, just by applying resin to the teeth to restore the correct interlocking of the teeth and restoring functional angles which were previously unbalanced to balance masticatory functional angles, thus causing appropriate movements and alternating bilateral chewing. This is what we studied in our doctoral research, evaluating the masticatory function of children aged 4 to 5 years with the computer-based kinesiography illustrated the movements of the mandible and the functional angles, unbalanced chewing angles. After using direct track resin, a therapy performed in 40 to 50 minutes, the arches were corrected and the chewing function restored. This was even published in health magazines. And children like this girl here, Deborah, whom we treated at 5 years old, a single 40 to 50 minute session was enough to solve the problem, which remained adequate throughout her life. Here she is, 25. With well-developed arches, a balanced occlusion, just with the recovery of function, and also the use of fibrous foods that stimulated the stomatognathic system, thus restoring bilateral function of bilateral chewing. We achieved functional harmony and appropriate neural stimuli that also promote and provoke the integration of neural function, bringing numerous benefits to the patient. In the same way, demonstrating here that malocclusion or masticatory dysfunction can lead to cognitive declines during the individual's development and also in their senility. Moreover, occlusal deficiencies and occlusal disharmonies are also related to the appearance of beta amyloid in the brain, directly affecting or accelerating the development of Alzheimer's. So, here showing just a clinical case of a 15-year-old patient with endognathia, a mandibular atrophy. With a very large overbite, you can hardly see the jaw, and after treatment, a satisfactory mandibular expansion, restoring anatomy, aesthetics, and proper function, and most importantly, chewing efficiency. With alternating bilateral movements, a bilateral chewing, and an occlusal contact, a balanced occlusion. Besides the balanced occlusion and the condition of the teeth, we also have to consider the condyle, the temporomandibular joint, which, in cases like this boy's, often the condyle, due to the deep bite, is distalized, displaced functionally in the temporomandibular joint. So, after the correction of the teeth, we achieved a more suitable positioning of the temporomandibular joint, allowing space for the articular disc, which is the articular meniscus, as well as for the innervation and blood vessels of the distal bilaminar region of the joint. So, a joint with restored spaces, preventing pain, inflammation, temporomandibular joint disorders, tinnitus, and etc., and bringing much comfort and balance to the patient. Dr. Harold Gelb has a study where he evaluates muscle strength measured by kinesiography or by muscle tension measurements after the rehabilitation of the temporomandibular joint. The patient's muscle strength increases after the recovery of the joint space, just as there is a complete change in posture of the individual after the correction of malocclusion. Thus, there is a direct relationship between malocclusion being a captor superior that completely interferes with the tensegrity and posture of the patient. If we want to correct the patient's posture, in addition to the treatment of physiotherapy, chiropractic, or osteopathy, we have to find the cause. Whether it's in the feet, whether it's in the mouth, we have to correct the occlusion so that we achieve success and stability of the treatment. So, here is a case of deep bite, a patient with numerous prostheses, sought due to temporomandibular disorder and headache, and the occlusion was indeed found, with various prostheses and implants, but in a pathological situation of overbite, inability to chew, lack of masticatory function, swallowing, whole foods, and it also affected the entire neuromuscular system, with direct relationship with the individual's posture. So repositioning plates were used, restoring the vertical dimension, the occlusion height, positioning the jaw in a functional place and also recovering the joint spaces. And then an immediate change in posture is noticed, as well as in bioelectrographic exams. Just as there is an increase in muscle tone, there is a significant increase in the overall energy level and balance of the energy when measured with the biowell. After a certain follow-up period, we continued the patient's evaluation, and after the elimination, the suppression of pain symptoms, balanced masticatory function, we can now rehabilitate this patient with prostheses in a functional position, in an appropriate posture, both of the joint and the teeth, as well as the entire body. Thus, by changing the position of the articular condyle within the joint cavity, we achieve a total balance of the system. For this, a repositioning technique is used, and after the condyle is repositioned, then here in blank, the old position of the condyle, compressing the bilaminar region, where there are vessels and nerves, and here in green is the new joint position caused by the use of appliances. That reposition, both the height of the teeth, the positioning of the teeth, and the temporomandibular joint. The patient uses this device for 3 months and then can be rehabilitated in a physiological situation. The positioning achieved with the appliances can be tested both with kinesiology and with bioelectrography, the biowell system, GDV. Thus, we can later restore the patient using prostheses in an appropriate position. Then, after determining the position, we wax these teeth to test in the patient's mouth the positioning and then replicate these teeth in ceramic through the CAD/CAM system that can duplicate those crowns tested in the mouth and return the patient to a situation not only of aesthetics but also of proper function. In biological dentistry, just like in conventional dentistry, we have various types of rehabilitation materials: resin, ceramic polymers, zirconia, in short, various types of materials that can be tested, as well as adhesive cements. So there are cements with BPA, cements without BPA, glass ionomers, in short, a multitude of restoration products, also for cementation. And thus, we can utilize the selection of these materials using the principles of bioresonance from the biowell method, which, to achieve this, we use the stress test, which involves the use of both ring fingers, conducted and collected sequentially 4 times as a comparison parameter. And then we test each material by bringing it close to the thymus or holding it in the hands. And we observe the behavior for each type of material, with an increase or decrease in stress levels and an increase or decrease in energy levels. This is still experimental in nature. We are testing and conducting research so that we can use this methodology in the selection of dental materials. This is still a study that requires further evaluations, especially because we do not know in the long term what the impact is of dental materials, whether they are for cementation or for rehabilitation, on the balance and homeostasis during the lives of these patients. What would be the impact factor of these materials within our system? So, within the principle of bioresonance, we always consider the use of more compatible materials, more biological with the system. We also test mandibular repositioning to determine if this new mandibular position brings more muscle tone or an increase in energy level and balance, evaluated by bioelectrography. Another option of bioresonance within the biowell system is the use of the one-finger test to evaluate the resonance of products such as frequency-based items, homeopathic remedies, or any type of materials to be tested. So here, in this example, this person showed their left thumb with a crack in the shine in the thyroid area, which is usually related to nodules, granulomas, cysts, or chronic problems. In this patient's case, there was a chronic alteration in the thyroid area, and the patient reported that she had cysts for 11 years in the thyroid gland. So, we select the thumb and perform 10 consecutive tests on the one-finger tab to assess the repetition of this to see if it wasn't sporadic. If this pattern repeats, it is because the problem is entrenched in this sector of the thyroid. Then we use the frequency medicine, which can be applied near the thymus, or sublingually, or even by holding the medicine bottle. And then, by conducting new tests, we determine which frequency or vibrational medicine that rebalances the sector, improving energy levels and reducing entropy levels. So after the evaluation, the change achieved with the frequency medicine, 5 minutes after its use or immediately holding the medication, and then the statistics showing a trend. 2. Initially, that sector which was in excess in an inflammatory process, it migrated to a state of balance in a zone of homeostasis, green zone. Thus, we can rehabilitate our patient. We have several material options, whether they are resin, as in the first case here, where only resin was applied without any dental wear, thus maintaining the teeth in their original form, being minimally invasive and using composite resin. Or then lithium silicate ceramics, lucite, feldspathic ceramic, it doesn't matter. The important thing is to place the teeth in a functional situation and use materials compatible with occlusion and with the patient's biology. Thus, we rehabilitate the patient appropriately, bringing health and balance. Here is a case of a patient who returned after many years of having undergone orthodontics. We checked the occlusion. There was an occlusal imbalance with overload on the lower right second molar, tooth 47. We adjusted the occlusion, restored the balance, but we noticed a retention bar that is normally used after orthodontics. But since the patient's mouth was already well balanced, and we also considered the issue regarding the functional stimuli in the teeth, we noted in the other lecture that each dental group is related to an organ and system. The anterior and lower teeth are related to the kidneys and bladder, and the canines are associated with the liver. So, we proposed the removal of the bar. We removed the bar and conducted 2 tests without a filter before and 2 tests without a filter after the bar's removal. If we compare the parameters of the dental tab, we then observe that those lower teeth, both the canines and incisors, which were in a situation of excess, representing inflammatory processes, return to normal after the removal of the orthodontic retention bar. More studies need to be conducted with larger samples. We cannot draw conclusions from a few cases, but they would serve as pilot cases for research with a larger number of individuals. Also showing here, before and after the removal of the bar, that there was a decrease in those sectors related to kidneys, bladder, prostate, rectum, and liver. I will also undergo the experience. I have some postural issues. I have a deep bite with a change to the occlusal plan. So I will have the balancing apparatus that will restore my bite, also a deep bite with some degrees of wear. Then we restore the height. Relative to dental wear, we place appliance to develop the height, which will remain in the mouth for 3 months. After these 3 months, the planning is then done, and the rehabilitation proposal, based on the signs and symptoms, on the normalization of signs and symptoms. Here is a tomography for the evaluation of joint spaces. I have a loss of the distal space in the bilaminar zone, which is immediately recovered with the use of the appliance. So with the use of the appliance, we then recover the proper positioning of the teeth and the temporomandibular joints, and these changes are reflected immediately before and after the use of the appliance, with the recovery, both in terms of adequate levels of the teeth, especially of the teeth that have excess energy, as well as the normalization of most vertebrae and organs and systems of the body. Here we have the possibility to assess the direct impact of changes in the teeth as we conducted examinations before and after using the repositioning splint, both in terms of balance levels and overall levels. It is obvious that it is not just the use of the splint that will bring balance, especially since I am currently focused on improving my lifestyle, controlling stress levels, improving my diet, exercising, and generally maintaining an appropriate lifestyle, monitored mainly by the Lifestyle tab. So here I have comparative analysis of all my tests from the last 5 years, showing a profile characteristic of excesses here in the respiratory system, in teeth, maxilla, mandible, mostly in excess here, prostate on both sides here, and deficiency in cerebral and pineal circulation, and transverse colon. After the lifestyle change, the use of dental apparatus. Now following in the year 2025, we noticed an improvement in energy levels. Almost no deficiency touch, and only the excess levels in the teeth improved in the last 5 months, and also still just an excess in the respiratory system. But now I am focusing on trying normalize this sector so that I have epigenetic stimuli of balance, improving quality of life, well-being, and health. I would like to thank everyone for their attention. Feel free to send me questions, inquiries, and here I will leave with you my contact information, and I will be available to answer any questions. Thank you once again to the organization of work, especially Dmitry Orlov and the professor Konstantin Korotkov, for the invitation, for the opportunity to share with you our experiences.
Okay, thanks to Dr. Neto again. Well, now every one of us is a little bit a dentist. So now we know much more about the mandibulars and all our masticulatory functions. Yeah, how we chew left side or right side, you know. And if we need a consultation from Dr. Neto, he is ready to help us. So, all welcome to visit his dental clinic in Brazil, in Araras, and have his professional consultation. Well, it seems that we are running a little bit in front of our schedule, and our next speaker is not yet ready to get online. He's finalizing his presentation. So I have decided to make a small entertainment for you. I will try to explain the interaction between the different types of devices in our software and subscriptions. As long as most of the BioWell users or those who are planning to get and are subscribed to our channel or our BioWell letters, they have got the message about BioWell Mini and BioWell mobile app launch. As those of you who have already used the BioWell app, it's on the smartphones, and it was working until now as just a copy of the your desktop version, but without possibility to do the captures. So we have tried to actually clone the desktop version and get all the features and all the functions of the desktop version on the mobile version. But not all of these features in the mobile app are easy to use, first of all, because of the small screen. And secondly, the BioWell Mini device is actually the device for mass market. Mass market, when I say that, I mean that it's not for non-professional use. It means that BioWell Mini intended user is not a therapist, but a regular person, non-educated at all in the sphere of psychology or medicine or integrative medicine. So for such people, all these topics about doshas, meridians, acupuncture points, and many other things like diagrams that we build in our software are really hard to understand. And even though they understand what does it mean, where to look when it's high or low, still they can't actually understand what does that mean for them. So actually it's not so easy to use for layermen all these our profound features, professional features in the software. That is why we have decided to leave only some part of this software features for the non-professional users and leave those that are easy to understand and interpret. So if we go to our Biowall software, I will just make a walkthrough for you for better understanding how will the mini version look like. Here we go. In the full version of the Biowall software, you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 tabs on which you can do some analysis and extract some information. Some of them are too hard to understand. That is why in the Biowall Mini version, the lifestyle, the energy field, the chakras will stay. Doshas, vertebrae, teeth, balance, diagrams, organs, energy, yin yang, even fingers will not be available. So the software will look like this. So only 4 tabs will be available for people. Maybe we will add the biorhythms there too. We'll see. And it means that people will not interact with the sectors, meridians, different organs and systems. So they will see the integral parameters like stress, energy, and balance or disbalance. They will be able to see the overall glow in order to see how smooth and homogeneous it is, etc. But of course, there will be no opportunity to analyze which sector is connected to which organ because people don't understand in particular which organ is associated with which function and what to do with that. So the lifestyle tab, of course, will be there. And the last one is the chakras for psycho-emotional analysis. So that's it. That's it, and nothing else will be added into the mini mobile version. All of these 4 tabs are very easy to understand. If you want to have the interpretation, you can click on it and read it. Same about lifestyle or analysis tab. All the information is there and it's quite easy to understand. They will be, instead of the environment and in one finger mode for the mobile version, they will be only one mode called one shot. It will be used for scanning of one finger multiple times in a row if you want to see the variability of the parameters, the overall parameters like energy or area of the finger without going into specific sectors, or you will be able to connect the accessory such as Sputnik to the Biowall Mini. Well, I can show you how the Biowall Mini looks like. So It's just a very tiny box, this size, with a pouch in which you can put the biowell, and the biowell mini itself, with the finger inserts inside. This is the size. Very small and compact, and very easy to take on any kind of trip or vacation, or if you want to do the measurements with Sputnik or with the biowell somewhere in the nature. Yeah, of course, it has the inbuilt accumulator inside. That is why you have to take care of the additional power banks in order to be able to recharge it after multiple scans, so that it will work longer. So the idea is that there will be a separate the pricing for the biowell mini is still not yet set by the owners of the company, so the approximate level will be around 900 USD, and the main thing and main game will be around the subscription. So the idea of the biowell mini is to implement the telemedicine approach to the biowell system. So it means we want to give the opportunity for the biowell users and biowell therapists to be able to use their biowell accounts to the full extent, even if the client is not there in their city and proximity, and they cannot really visit them on a frequent basis. So once again, on the full screen, yeah, this is the device, right? Oops, this big, quite small. Well, the pouch for the transportation. So the idea is that as a therapist, for example, you can ask the client, the patient, to buy the biowell mini or to lend it, rent it for a while, for a week, month, several months. And if you will be consulting this person on a long term, then person, even leaving your clinic, will be able to do the scans on biowell mini at home or wherever the person is, no matter if he's traveling nonstop. This person will be able to do the scans on the biowell mini, and of course in his account, in mini account, he will see only these 4 tabs and will not see all other detailed information about the scans, and will not be able to dig deeper and do the detailed interpretation. But there will be a possibility for such therapists to have a master subscription account that will be able to receive the scans from the mini and see the full set of tabs. So it means that the client can be anywhere on the planet doing the scans on biowell mini, sending it to your account, and you sitting in your cabinet without really need to travel anywhere and to meet personally with the person, with that client. You can do all the interpretation. You can tell, okay, now do the squats, or now do that, or change something in your lifestyle, and then do the scans again, etc. And you can do the consultation remotely. So you don't have to actually meet each time with the person whenever you need new scans from the person. This actually increases the possibility of consulting, because actually what we were always speaking about is that the biotechnology is first of all for monitoring, not for one-time scan, not for one-time meet and scanning just one in this exact moment in time when a person comes to you. And if, for example, a person was traveling for a couple of hours by train, metro, car, whatever, they're stressed, etc. So maybe the consultation is not so efficient, but monitoring the state of the person, and as long as we have discussed it through this Congress and our previous Congresses, that the actual health and wellness of the person is about maintaining healthy lifestyle, and only the mindset and changing of the mindset can lead to a healthier lifestyle. It's all about long-term changes. So it means you cannot change some things very fast within like one session. So it means that doing multiple sessions and being able to scan the person many, many times, or the person will be scanning him or herself and sending you the scans, will increase the possibility for you to actually change the condition of the client and actually get good results. But yeah, it will take more time. So then you as a therapist, you will be charging not for one consultation, but you will have some kind of consultation plans for 1 week, for 1 month, for half a year, or lifetime plan, who knows. And the person traveling with the Mini, no, doesn't matter on which part of Earth they are, they can do the scannings and you will consult these people. So this is the 21st century, the telemedicine, and Mini is the tool that is going to help you to even more spread the idea of the integrative medicine and the biowell, and also to increase your possibilities of your practice and increase your list of clients and patients whom you can consult. Because then you are no longer limited to only those people who are living nearby your office. Nima, I have seen you, and I think it's your turn now. So I thank everyone for attention. I hope I have slightly clarified the idea behind the Mini and why not all the tabs will be in the mobile version. And the stage is yours, Nima.
Thank you. Beautiful presentation. Thank you for sharing all the amazing information about the Mini. I'm super psyched myself about the Mini to come out. I've been waiting for it for a few years now with having conversations. And yes, that's going to be a big game changer for all of us when the Mini comes out, because it's going to give us a completely, different functionality, as dear Dimitri was mentioning to us. First of all, I want to take a moment. I want to thank Dimitri Orlov for putting all of this event together. I know it's a lot of work doing the events together myself, and I know it's a lot of headaches. So thank you so much, Dimitri, for taking the time and bringing us all together to share knowledge. And of course, a special thanks to our dear Professor Konstantin Korotkov for the amazing world that he's created for us to be able to enjoy, this realm and these experiments, and be able to bring more insights to humanity. So today I have a very beautiful and a special message that's very dear to me. I've been working extremely hard for the last 5 years to work on my doctorate in natural medicine. And I have finally finished my doctorate, and I just published and put my PhD dissertation to the university. And in October, I'll be walking and attaining my degree as a doctor of natural medicine. And the information that I use for my dissertation, thank you guys, appreciate you. The information that I used for my dissertation kind of concluded from all of the research, all of the travels that I've been doing with my dear Dr. Krotkov, and travels that I've been doing myself, and a lot of other research that I have been involved to. Thank you so much, Deepak. from different case studies in our community and getting involved with the different areas of research. So I'm going to speak a little bit about my dissertation and the research that we did and the powerful information that we're sharing with humanity. So just to share my screen, get a glimpse of the abstract of what I'm working on. The title is The Influence of Sacred Sites and Remote Intention on Human Biofield, a Global Investigation. So the abstract of the dissertation presents a global research study on the measurable effect of sacred environments and remote healing intention on the human biofield. Using advanced gas discharge visualization, GDV technology, specifically the viable device and a Sputnik sensor, the research explored energy field changes across ancient energetic sites, including Machu Picchu, Chichen Itza, the pyramids of Giza, Rapa Nui, Stonehenge, and the birthing stones in Hawaii. Additional experiments focused on remote heating and surrogate scanning conducted in collaboration with Lynn McTaggart and Quantum University. So this was one of the most amazing research that I could possibly imagine doing it in my lifetime of, traveling our beautiful planet and getting insight from different areas and how they influence our biofield, our energy field. And, that was truly a fascinating research to me. That once we went to Chichen Itza, it was so eye-opening an experience that once we went there, you can see that when people go and they stand in front of the pyramid, and when they clap in front of the pyramid, you see that the sound of their clap will echo in this huge arena. That back then there was no really technology or nothing like that for people to be able to create these kind of powerful structures. But what we experienced was like the way that they have built this pyramid, and with all the research that Dr. Krotkov shares with us about how the influence of energy outside of the pyramids is so much more greater than the influence of the energy within the pyramids. And for any layperson just traveling to Chichen Itza and just clapping in front of that pyramid, that in a very beautiful way will showcase that of how the energy will get amplified and it will get directed to the vicinity of that sacred geometry. So that was a very, very powerful eye-opening experience. We did research there with the Sputnik. We measured the energy and the area deviation at the hotel area that we were staying at, and then we measured it again once we traveled to the sacred site of Chichen Itza. And the information, if I want to go over all the graphs and everything, we'll be here for days. But the information that I was able to discover from there was that there was a lot more energy within the perimeters of the pyramids. And this is, in resonance with all the research that a lot of us have done around sacred sites that, we have seen that amplification of energy. So that was a really amazing experience there at Chichen Itza. Machu Picchu was a very, very powerful experience for me as well, because when I was going to Machu Picchu, I had this question that I wanted to understand how altitude had and would have an effect on the energy and on the coherence on environments. Because we hear a lot of Tibetan monks that in altitudes that they reach very high levels, and they are able to tap into specific frequencies and be able to even have out of body experiences and travels. So what I wanted to understand was, and we've heard it all in a lot of religious stories, that how different prophets would go to a mountain. And on the mountain, it was somewhere that they would have this communication or connection, that they would be able to receive information. And talking to Dr. Krotkov and his extensive research with mountain climbing, that when I talk to him, he always tells me that when he gets to specific altitudes, then it's like he's having a conversation with the universe. That's like all this information, all the photons kind of like gathering at a specific altitudes, that different people, when they travel to these areas, then the energy of the environment will have a direct influence on their psychology and on their perception on their reality. So what I wanted to really understand is that can we showcase that? If, for example, go to Machu Picchu and, at the bottom of Machu Picchu, there's a river. And, usually we see that around bodies of water that there's more like lower altitudes. Not in all cases, but, in most cases. So what we studied there was that once we took the measurement at the bottom of the mountain, then the energy was so much lower than once we measured the energy on top of the mountain. But the area deviation, which was interesting, was that even the energy was higher, and the area deviation was still maintaining a very steady reading, while we have the area had increased. We had the intensity of the photons that had increased, but still, we saw a very coherent signal. And one thing that was really interesting there, I actually had a conversation with Dimitri when I was up in the altitudes because I was trying to calibrate my device and I was just getting a bunch of like erratic signs that was happening. But then we came out with a way to be able to actually calibrate and do the research there. And it was very hectic to do the research there because I thought this is going to be just an open area that you go and you can just explore. But when we went there, it was filled with guards. I mean, every little spot there was a guard that they were like watching everybody. Like you wouldn't get allowed to get even close to the edge of the mountain that had the view of Machu Picchu. So it was a very interesting experience. I had to go and buy one of these clothings of people that were in Peru. They have this like overall cloak that it has like a hat and then it goes like up around your entire body, so they can't really see your body. So I had my backpack on, I had the cloak on, and every different area that I would get to, I would bring the laptop out. I had the Sputnik situated in the backpack on the top of my head. And I would put the cloak on top of my head and I would sit there, I was taking measurements. Now, my luck, as soon as I get to this one spot, it starts raining. And I had the Sputnik that was like visible. So I get like rain hitting the Sputnik and I'm like feeling sparks that are like happening around me. So it was a very, very interesting experience to get that measurement. But it was very fascinating because I was the highest point that I was able to go to be able to pick up that information. But now, that arose another question in my mind that, okay, we are at higher altitude. Okay, we see that there's more energy. But now, is it only the altitude that is affecting the energy? Like if I go to a different spot and a different altitude, would I be able to get the same measurements? So that was my next question. So in order to answer that question, I had to get on a plane and I had to ask some special permissions. And I have a lot of dear friends in dear places, so they gave me permission to fly at an altitude with running the bio wall and the Sputnik at the same altitude that I was at Machu Picchu, which I think it was around close to 17,000 or 12 to 17,000 feet. It was around that range. So we got to right around 15,000 range on the plane, and we started to measure to see and understand, okay, is this the altitude that's giving us the same information? And I was comparing to Machu Picchu, and I wanted to understand if the energy value that we're getting is going to be the same. So once I measured and I couldn't wait, I started analyzing it, and what I compared, I saw yes, that both areas give me the same energy value. Whether I was on a plane at high altitude or I was on top of Machu Picchu, I had the same exact energy value. So that gave me a lot of indications about altitude and how it influences energy. But now, what was interesting was that in Machu Picchu, the area deviation it was like very stable and had a very low, like kind of like a steady area deviation. And when we're talking about area deviation, we're kind of like talking about the quality of the signal. So when I compared the area deviation to the plane, that it was completely a different signal. That on the plane, because of course there's you're traveling at this high speed and there's all this commotion that's happening, that we did not have a very low area deviation. The area deviation was very sporadic and very high. So that brought a lot of insight about elevation and the influence of elevation, um, and the importance of coherence of the signal in different areas. So that gave us, the understanding of, okay, it's not just altitude, but it's like the Machu Picchu. The reason that, was such a holy space was because of the environment there as well. That the environment was so coherent, was so like calm and peaceful that they were able to maybe reach these high levels of communication. And we still don't know really what happened there. But that was a very, very interesting research there. I don't think it was as interesting as the research that we did with Dr. Krotkov in Egypt, because that was a 3-week research that we did, going through every single structure, every single sacred structure that was in Egypt. We had 3 weeks to go and to measure and to really understand, what's happening there. And that experience, I wish upon every single one of you, because like, truly, once in our lifetime, we have to go to Egypt and we have to visit the pyramids, because especially when I was there, they believed that all of us come from Egypt, and they believed that was like the center of Earth, and that was the point of initiation. So going there and doing a lot of research. I mean, we spent days of walking all around the space. And let me bring my. I had a presentation. I was putting a presentation together, but I got a call from Dimitri that we don't have that much time. So I figured I'll just show my Instagram account with the different images that we have in different areas. So in Egypt, this was a trip that we did to Egypt, together with Dr. Krotkov, and that was some fascinating experience that we did there. Um, I want to jump ahead, but the research that we did there was, what we found out was in Saqqara. So we did our interest was the pyramids. We wanted to really understand, okay, what's happening within the pyramids, what's happening within the different chambers, and how are they actually influencing the energy of environments? Because I mean that is a space to understand and study pyramids, because there's so many of them there, and they're within a specific distances from each other, so that we could even like understand the correlation of the different pyramids, and the placement that they were placed on. So, I mean, once we got in there and started researching, what we realized was, at first, I mean, we had some idea, of course, everybody, is listening to all the research and everything that's been done. But what we realized there was that this is just completely different than anybody else that has talked about this place. Because we got to specific areas, we had specific instruments with us, to measure electromagnetic field, to measure humidity, to measure altitude, and of course, to measure the information with the Sputnik. So what we realized, that everything there was such a huge science behind like every single structure. Like all of these structures were like, there was so much thought, there was so much architect, there was so much high level advanced science that we don't even have access to right now, that was put into place, that like these structures were simulating a living entity, that the way that they're communicating with each other, the way that like one of the pyramids had an area that they call that this is the lung of the pyramid. So it had a specific area within the respect to the different winds of the south and the east and the west, and it was this tiny little hole that was placed in this one chamber, that the way that the air would go in there, it would make this specific noise, and it would travel through, and that sound that it would make, they were telling us that it like vibrates the structure and turns into like so much energy within the system. So, and these were just like tiny little corners on different areas, and every single one of them was just so much science and so much like high level information that we don't have access to that right now. We went to an area that looked like it was like a airport, an airport, but it was circular. And on each side, from the west to the north to the east to the south, they had different gates, huge gates that was placed on top of this mountain. And the center was almost like a helicopter landing zone. with a gigantic granite that was shaped in a pointed like a pointy edge that would there was like rectangular with a um, um kind of like a pyramid on top, but then inside of the structure was hollow, so then people could actually go sit in there. And this was like in the center of this like a circular space, almost like a helicopter landing zone. And then around it in different areas around the mountain, you had these gates that the different types of energies would flow in. So I have a habit of whenever I get to these high level energy spots, I like to go and do a headstand because I love to put my crown chakra on that specific spot and make a connection to that area that helps me to pick up a lot of information. So once I went inside of one of these gates that was on one of the corners of this airport looking structure, as soon as I went to stand on my head, it was like this force that just came down and just pushed me down. Like I went halfway up and just like woof, I just came right back down. It's just like somebody was standing there and just like pushed me the opposite direction. So when that happened, I got up and I just started looking around and I was feeling all of these energy. Like, they were just gates, like empty gates, but there was so much information flowing through from these gates. And at the center, I mean, this was a very powerful structure that they had like blown it up to pieces. Like I don't know how or what they had used in there, but like everything was like a bomb was dropped there and everything was just like exploded to pieces. So you couldn't really make sense of the different piece of the puzzle, but it was just such a fascinating space that we believe that that was an area that they were actually used to travel, out of space using different types of like wormhole or, creating different types of like almost like a Stargate to be able to travel through. So we measured this energy space there. We went to inside of the Giza pyramid. We went underneath the Giza pyramid that they just recently introduced all of these videos of the structure that is underneath Giza. So what they showed was the latest discovery was that where the Giza pyramid is, underneath of it, there's all these like the cylindrical, um, almost like columns. That is like there's like maybe 8 or 16 columns, huge columns that are holding up Giza. And underneath all of these columns is this area that was filled with water. So we were given permission to actually go through one of these the columns that, from what they showed on the video, it looked like they were like solid columns that is holding up the structure. But once we were in there, we were actually allowed to go inside of the columns, and there's stairs that is kind of very hard that you have to kind of like, crawl through. But you can go as close to 150 feet that we crawled, and we when there's this, tiny little like metal stairs that you could hold on to and go all the way down. And once we got to the bottom of that environment, there was a huge, gigantic granite stone that was there that looked like it's like a piece that was built to like maintain something. But then the size of this object was so humongous that like there's no way that they could have taken it down from these tiny little columns that like we crawled through to go down there. And this is like 150 to 200 feet like below Giza. So we measured information in those areas. We went to the Queen Chamber, we went to the King's Chamber, and we picked up information from there. So there was so many fascinating information and we had a group of 25 people that were traveling with us. So what we did was that we did a measurement of before going to these sacred structures, and then after coming back, we got everybody together in one session and we measured everybody again. And oh my God, like you should have seen the energy values like before and after people going to these sacred environments and coming back out. I mean, a lot of them right there, they would tell us that they have these things like energy that's moving through their bodies that they've never felt before. When we went to the King's Chamber, there was a very, very special ceremony that just happened out of nowhere. It was a private group for us to be in that room. And all of a sudden, they were doing Om meditations. But once the level of the Om it started to hit a specific frequency in the room, then it's like almost like a portal that opened there. And everybody had all different types of experiences of meeting with entities, of seeing the future, of seeing a lot of different things happening in that room, while we could get the ohm to hit the specific frequency and using the power of resonance. So all of this information, I mean, you can't debate it, you can't doubt it, that how different sacred spots that have different types of energy have a direct influence on the human biofield and on the human energy field. And that's what I would hear when I was a child. And I grew up in Iran, in a place that there was a lot of like holistic healers. There's a lot of shamans and people that they believe in like spiritual healing. So when I was there, I would hear that like people that had different types of illnesses, that they would go to like a holy space that was in the mountains, that was I don't know, somehow somebody called it an holy energy spot, and they made a shrine there or something. And they would go and they would get like a chain. This is the craziest thing. They would get a chain and they would chain themselves to like a tree or to like a structure that was in that area, and they would spend like a couple of weeks, sometimes a week, 2 weeks, just staying in that same location and asking for healing. And a lot of these people would heal from all different types of issues, and they would return with all their illnesses being taken away from them. So as a child, like that never made sense to me. I'm like, how is that possible? How do you go chain yourself to a tree and like your issue that you have is going to go away? Like that just doesn't make any sense. But now that I'm doing this kind of research and having the blessings of having the Sputnik to be able to and the great work of Dimitri to be able to really see this powerful information in the environment. So I mean that's so fascinating to be able to get these insights. I mean, we're talking about these things like, oh, it's a Sputnik, it's like a little toy. But if you guys really sit there and think about what we're doing here and what information we're picking up here, guys, nobody has ever done this before. Like we are the first humans that is discovering this. Like if this is not exciting, like I don't know what is more exciting than this, to be able to research and to be able to discover and to be able to share this beautiful reality in a different perspective and point of view with our brothers and sisters. Because people are so lost here, they come here and they take it for granted, I feel like. But if we can have this information that how we have this mother called Gaia that's here to heal, help us, and we can get connected to it, then that's so beautiful to me, and that's such a beautiful mission that that all of us are doing together. So that was a beautiful, beautiful experience in Giza. And one of the most powerful things that we figured out was in Saqqara. Like, that was an area that once we went there, like we were hitting all the different spots. We hit Saqqara, and I had all like equipments to like measure all these like different things, and a lot of them were working with Bluetooth. So once we hit Saqqara, it's like we hit a dead zone. As soon as we hit there, all of our Bluetooth equipment stopped functioning. So I couldn't even record with my voice. Like we had the video that we're recording, and I'm talking about, hey guys, we're here in Saqqara, and Dr. Kragov is measuring this and that, and we're playing it back. There's no voice. Like, there was no connection. We're trying to we had the mini with us that Dimitri was talking about earlier. Oh my God, it's so much easier to take the mini around and do research with that one. So can't wait, just for that, for the ease of doing research. But it was just so fascinating to be able to have the mini and be able to just like hide it in the corner and like have a little something to be able to pick up the information there. That was great as well. So in Saqqara, what we realized was that there is this, and once we went under the ground, we went to these tunnels, that they were all these like it was like a huge hall that was open. You would go down a hall, and there was like it was like a centipede that they had all these like different um, um, smaller hallways that were attached to this long hallway. And in every single one of these areas in these rooms, there was this gigantic structure that was it looked like a tomb almost, but like a gigantic tomb that you would like bury like a giant in or something. And these tombs, they had this huge and had a sacred geometry that they would come up and they would have like steps that the tombs were the tops were so heavy and so humongous, but most of them were like open. So it was this like a rectangular structure with this humongous granite top, but the tops weren't perfectly on the structure. They were all kind of like roofed to the side, and there was a little hole there that you could actually like maybe if they give you permission to go inside of these structures. So that was they wouldn't give us they wouldn't give us permission to go there. And we really wanted to go there. Like me and Dr. Krotkov, we got away from everybody. Everybody went to the museums and this and that. We're like, no, we're gonna go to Saqqara. So we took the entire day. We got up like crack of dawn. We went to Saqqara to be able to really, research because the day before we couldn't pick up anything because, all the information was getting disconnected. So we came, we charged everything, we took wires. We're like, okay, this time we're gonna measure it. We go there, and there was this very cool tour guide that was there. We go down there, and we told him, we're like, come on, man, we're doing this research. Just imagine the information that we're picking up here. So I asked him, I was like, can I go inside one of these structures? He's like, oh, no, that's forbidden. Blah, blah. I'm like, we're researchers. Let me go. He's like, all right, I'm not looking. I'm just going to look that way. If you want, you can jump and go in there. So he looks the other way. I jump. I go inside of this tomb. And oh my God, like once I went inside, it was such a huge energy inside of that structure. Like I was there, I felt like from every single part of the wall of inside of this structure that I was in, I was being pushed like inwards. It was like this like powerful energy that was almost like has this like crushing invisible force. So that was extremely powerful. Like I went in there almost like I couldn't think in there. Like with so much information, I felt like my brain waves are just getting like sporadic and I'm not really able to like, maintain myself. So I quickly jumped back out and I came back out. And once we went and we started to measure the information there again in those hallways, then something started to happen. Like we could pick up a little bit and then it would drop, pick up a little bit, it would drop. So after we put everything together, Dr. Krotkov's idea was that like this is a power generation like a tunnel that and he was thinking about this more of like an antenna structure that is used for maybe communication with different entities. But after we started doing some research and some conversations, that we thought that maybe it could be like a source of power generation, that they could use these systems to generate this power and they could direct the power in specific areas to be able to use it. So, and that could make absolute sense that, if there's an area that there's so much activity that's happening, like within that area that I was in, then that would like really disrupt any kind of a signal, Bluetooth or whatever that's happening there. So very, very fascinating way of generating power using sacred geometry and using the natural abilities and natural information that we have within our realm. So after Egypt, we wanted to go to Rapa Nui because Rapa Nui was another area that we thought that with all the huge gigantic structures that were there and all the different information that we're hearing from different sources, we felt like nobody really had a solid idea of like what happened there. In Rapa Nui, once you go, there's all these gigantic structures that are called the boas. And these boas are the Rapa Nui is an island that's in the middle of the ocean. It's like the furthest non-civilized island that exists in our reality right now. So you have to fly to Peru, and then from Peru you have to get a 5-hour flight to go in the middle of the ocean, and it's just this tiny little island. It's really scary. Like if something happens there, the closest way to get out of there is a 5-hour flight. So once we went there, there's all of these structures that are around this tiny little island. They're structured all the way around the island and they're looking inward. Like I thought before going there, I thought maybe, this is like a protection, like, how we talk about sacred geometry and these like, different statues how they have energy. And based on their, like the length of the head to the body, to the limbs, like, all of this will create different types of frequencies and information. That's how we say the human body is a sacred geometry because of the length of the head to the neck to the body. Like there is a correlation, and that correlation is what leads into power generation. So in here, once we started to research these boas, was super, super fascinating. That, people were saying that, oh, these were just like their gods or like things like that they would put to, offer prayers or things to. But what we realized is that the areas that these boas were placed on, there was no coincidence. That once we were measuring the information around these structures, there was so much more energy around these areas than anywhere else in the island that we're measuring. So like the way that they were placed are almost like placed on the ley lines of the energy fields. And like the way that was making sense to me at the time was that, these could be structures that are amplifying that energy within the ley lines to the environment, to the vicinities around them. And by giving them shape and by giving them different structures, and they could, it's like filtering that frequency that we already have access to in channeling it in a different way. So extremely, extremely interesting research that we did there, and it was some great findings there of because when you would go even to altitudes, you go like to in the middle of the island, there were these like mountains that are going up there, have a pretty high altitude, but you would still find these boas there that are buried within those areas. Let me see if I have one of those here. That's us here in front of the Sphinx. That was such an amazing moment right
Nima,
there.
we can't
We got
see,
to
we see only the text. We see the PhD. We don't see the photos.
okay. So let me stop my share and let's do a new share for you. I wish you would say it sooner. This whole time I'm talking about all these videos. So this is what I was talking about Egypt. When we went to Egypt, we were measuring all the information there. This was in Rapa Nui. That's the boas that I was mentioning. These were all the different structures that they have all around the island that are facing inwards. So extremely, extremely fascinating research, and we'll love to repeat this. So Dr. Krotkov really loved this space. I would love for Dimitri to maybe join us on the next trip, or anybody else that's interested to do a trip together to Rapa Nui. And it was like a untouched Hawaii, that the space was so beautiful, the food was so amazing and just simple, and the people were just, something else as well. So we'll definitely hoping to do that very soon. So while we're doing the Rapa Nui trip, there was these different areas that we went to that they were like there's all this like it was just like water boiling from the earth, and the temperature was so cold there that it would turn into all of these like smoke around this like huge areas. So that was a very interesting area to pick up a little bit of information there as well. You could see like all the when you look around here, you can see it a little bit nicer here. And there was just like this dance of how this information was just getting like fluctuating, and the way that it's just been shooting out with different like patterns and structures. And that's the mini that we're using right there. So you guys can get a little glimpse for it too, connecting it to the Sputnik. The only thing is we had to have a ground for it, because that's why you see that red wire that we're holding on to. That's to maintain the ground while we're doing the research, so we could pick up the data quick. And I have my drone there, so we picked up some really good footage here. We actually gave the footage to Gaia TV, and they did a documentary, not on this trip yet, but they did a documentary on our last trip when in Egypt. If you guys go to Gaia and do a search for Secrets of Saqqara, you can see that the full documentary with Dr. Krotkov that explains our entire research there. So highly recommend you to go watch that. And let's see some of the other research that we have done. This was the area. This is the funny video that we realized that I was measuring. This was around Saqqara, and I'm talking, but there was no voice being recorded. So me and Dr. Krotkov were sitting there like, what the heck? We spent all this time. We went there. There's no sound. Like, how are we going to use this? So we go there the next day. We try to do the same thing. I'm like, okay, let me just check, make sure we're getting sound here. And we replay it, no sound. So we realized we just can't record it because Bluetooth connection would get disrupted there. So that's something for you guys to notice if you're going to go there. This was me doing my infamous headstand right next to Giza on one of the structures there. That's I love to pick up a lot of information that way. When I do a headstand, that's what I did. Like when we're doing at the airport type of area that I was mentioning to you. This is a very powerful for me to connect with those areas. And we had a really awesome conversation there during the trip with um, Van Buren. He's he does a lot of research on the pyramids and the initiation civilizations. So it was great to have him there and pick up some information. That's Irina, our dear Irina. That's Dr. Krotkov's wife. It was such a pleasure to be with her during that trip, and she helped us with the whole process. She's such a sweetheart. So that was some of the research that we did in Egypt, and this is all the information that I have collected from here to include it into my dissertation that I was speaking to you about. So now, some of the other research that we did was with, and let me go back to my dissertation page here. So we talked about the Rapinui. Stonehenge was very fascinating as well. So once I got to, we're doing an event in London to introduce BioWell there, and we met some very, very amazing people there, including Rupert Sheldrake, that a lot of us know about his research on quantum biology. And we wanted to get a team to go to Stonehenge and do the research there to understand, my philosophy and my hypothesis was that, the Stonehenge was a similar type of situation that, that is a very high energy spot that they have erected these structures in a sacred geometry to be able to use that energy in order to amplify it for different reasons. So, but, that was just a hypothesis. We wanted to understand it. Is it actually that or not? So we traveled to the Stonehenge with a few of our Bible practitioners in London, and we started to collect information around different areas around. We weren't able to actually go inside and walk inside, but we were able to, there was a circle that was around, that was surrounding the area. So we were sitting around the circles in different spots and measuring information. So what was really powerful is that there was one stone that was a little bit away from the Stonehenge, and it was erected. It was it's just like not as a part of the circle. It was kind of like a lonely stone. So when I went there, I saw some people that were like they looked like they were like the locals that like they've been there all their lives. And I started paying attention to them. I was just sitting there. I was meditating at first. I wanted to see, just to kind of like get into sync with the environment. And once I got there, I realized that these people, they walk in and they don't stand still. What they do is that they walk around. They do circular motions around the structure, and then they would repeat it 7 times. After 7 times, then they would stand still, and then they would start like having this like conversation almost with the structures. So I was just like, what the heck is going on here? So there's this older lady that was, she looked like, she was so bright, and you should just see energy just like emitting from her. Like she looked like an angel. And like she was doing this, and she came, as soon as she get close to me, she kind of looked at me and gave me a smile. And I took that chance, and I was just like, oh, what a beautiful smile you have. Can I ask you a question? Like, what are you guys doing? Why are you guys walking around this place 7 times? And what she told me was like, oh, wow, that's a very, very powerful of communicating with these sacred beings. And I'm like, what do you mean? Like, how do you communicate with them? And what she told me was that once they walk 7 times around the structure, it's like they're waking up the structure to their frequency. And after the 7th time, I don't understand exactly. I'm researching that the number 7, but they said that after the 7th time, then they feel this. It's almost a friend or somebody that starts to communicate with them. And they were telling me that like they were doing this ever since they were children. That that's like how they would come. It's a clockwise rotation, yes. So they were going to actually when I'm thinking about it right now, I remember her walking counterclockwise. But to me right now, it makes more sense to be clockwise. So there has to be different reasons because, clockwise rotation, if, as a lot of you guys know, we're adding information to the system. Well, we do a counterclockwise rotation, then we're removing information from the system. So there is a whole science of communicating with structures. And this is one of the ways that they were telling me that they have learned as children of how to communicate with these sacred structures. And they told me that these are like their guides, that they all throughout their lives, like when they come and talk to them, all of a sudden, like somebody just shows up in their lives that they have no idea who they are and will help them with whatever question that was in their mind that they were trying to make sense of. So they were swearing by the healing power and the energies that the stones were emitting to that environment. And I could feel it. Especially there's one stone that I told you guys it was separated from the rest, but it was a bigger stone and it was a little bit higher. So I did measurements all around. But once I got in front of that stone and I did a measurement there, the measurement was almost twice as much as the rest of the areas around around the perimeter. And when people would come and stand in front of that stone, like they would tell me that, I could feel it myself. I would like all my, the hair on my arms were just like, like standing up. And people would tell me that they feel that vibration. So another way of, another fact, another experience that, we can see how powerful our environment is. And by, tapping to these energies, we can really, really, bring powerful healing energies into ourselves, our communities, and our realities. The next research that I did was at the birthing stones in Hawaii. That was very fascinating to me. And that was done when I was doing some research on pain and how they were using, in ancient times, they were using stones and structure to influence pain. So the birthing stones in Hawaii, that was one of the areas that was really that stood out to me, that the structure and the culture behind it was that in ancient times, the family of the royalties in Hawaii would go to these specific areas and they would birth on these stones without any pain, without any discomfort. So that was really fascinating to me, that how is that possible? How can a woman give birth on a stone without pain? So once I went there, something really fascinating happened. That I took the Sputnik, I took my laptop, I went there, and I was placing the Sputnik on top of different stones just to measure the energy that's what was kind of like being emitted from them. And then I was measuring the energy around the perimeter. It was like one small area that there was in like random. There was like different stones that were just fallen. And this whole site was a sacred protected site by the Hawaiian, authorities. So what I realized, and they wouldn't let me to go walk in and go really like into the perimeter of the area. I had to have the special permissions and this and that. But before the guards were walk up to me and talk to me, I was able to quickly put my measurements and guys always do before you ask for permission, just so you can have a little bit of a data. If they come to you and be like, don't stop when they can't do it, at least you got a little bit of information. So that little bit of information that I got was so powerful to me, because what happened was that I put the Sputnik and measured the information there. It was one of the stones that wasn't really related to this area. It was kind of like further out. And then I walked closer and I got to one of these stones that they were actually telling me that had those properties. So I put the Sputnik there, I measured it. And my laptop, I put my laptop on the floor, like right next to it while I was doing this. So I pick up all this information and, they came out and told me you can't measure, blah, blah, blah. So I closed my system. I already had like 3-4 different measurements that I had done. So I come back, I sit there, I start compiling information. I'm looking at it and I'm just trying to understand. I'm like, what the heck? Like, how is that possible? Like, I see that when I would put the Sputnik on top of the stones, you see energy would dip. So like usually like, in crystals or things that have their emitting energy, when we put the Sputnik on them, we can actually see higher, like, vibrations or maybe the intensity or area, there's something that will, increase. But here I saw the complete opposite. And that was like, okay, why? Why is there just different information here? And I'm looking at the data, I'm looking at everything. It wouldn't make sense to me. So I go to close my laptop. As soon as I go to close my laptop, I feel like there was something stuck and I wouldn't let my laptop close. So I go take a look, and if you look at your Macs are at the bottom of them where the power source goes. There's a magnetic area there. So it's like a magnet. So once I looked at it, I saw that around the magnet was filled with stones from that area. So then I'm sitting there, I'm looking at this, I'm like, oh my God, it's the magnetic field. So that was such a fascinating experience for me that, it was the magnetic field from these, and, they were like volcanic, rocks that were there for ages. But because of that magnetic information that they had, they were able to reduce pain, and people would give birth on them without really experiencing anything. So that's definitely something that I feel like, all of us need to research that and see how we can help humanity with, natural factors like that. To imagine a woman giving birth on a stone with, natural ways without any pain, that would be extremely powerful. So that was a research that was all of these information from, picking up from different areas around the world and putting them together. This is what really gave me that, grand understanding of like how environments really plays a powerful role in our reality, in our experience. But then I got introduced to an experience that we're doing with Gaia TV. And that was, I was invited to go to Gaia and do research on, there was a power of intention experiment with Lynn McTaggart that they were doing, it was a group of 300 people that they wanted to research to see how by getting a group together in one area and having them to meditate and to focus and concentrate their attention and intention to make change in a different area. So the experiment was we were in Boulder, Colorado, and we wanted to make a shift in Washington, D.C., where all the governments and like all these different entities and everything is there because of all the commotions that's been happening. So we wanted to bring more coherent information, healing information to that area. And it was a very, very eye-opening experience. And, every research that we do, you should just walk into it as like a child, just trying to understand without any, pretense of, okay, this is what's going to happen or that's what's going to happen, because you will always be surprised of what you pick up. So what happened there was that very fascinating, and what happened to the energy of the room. So once we're doing the research there, and the minute that we had everybody to take their attention and to take their focus and to place it onto a different location, then right in that specific moment, we experienced a huge energy dropped in the area that we were. So I wish we had more sensors in Washington, D.C., because I wanted to see if we could actually show the exchange of energy. Because we say energy can neither be destroyed nor created, but we can change the shape or, form of energy from one, entity to another. So what I feel like happened was that it was this potential energy that we had in Colorado, and that potential energy was turned into a kinetic energy that was directed towards Washington, D.C. So we wanted to, at the time, I didn't have any sensors in Washington, D.C. to want to understand, okay, is this really, if the energy is going lower here, if the energy can neither be created nor destroyed, then what happened to that energy? Where did it go? And if we can see that energy now being higher in Washington, D.C., then that would be an amazing way to kind of like explain that. So I didn't have a chance on doing it in that session, but I wanted to redo that experience, and I wanted to try it out for ourselves to see if how can we make this happen. And we got invited to do a research for Quantum University, and they have a meditation, a virtual meditation room, which is called the Noosphere. And the research was that they wanted to understand if a group of people virtually get into this meditation room, and then if they're attendees from all around the world that are experiencing this remote session, then what's actually happening? How is their energy, their biofield getting influenced, and then how is the energy in the environment getting influenced? So that was A very fascinating research that I felt like that's what I need to really complete all of the experiments that I'm doing in order to finalize my dissertation. Because I'm no rush to want to finish my PhD. I mean, I love to study every day, and everything is a fascination to me. So, but I just wanted to have this full image of, okay, like what are we doing here? So after doing the research with them, we got and one of the things that's been very, very powerful to me is that I have been experiencing with doing, because what we're doing here, we're dealing with quantum physics, right? Biowell, we're measuring photons, biophotons, they're weightless, and because of their formation, they're a part of their quantum field. So what we're measuring quantum fields. And for a quantum field, the definition of entanglement and non-locality will definitely apply, since those are the characteristics of a quantum field. So what we're doing right now, this is quantum information. This is quantum information sharing. That I'm sitting in a different part of the world, you're sitting in a different part of the world, and we are using sound as a carrier of information that is going from one place to another place immediately without any time spent. This is a definition of non-locality, that we're exchanging information energy simultaneously in different areas of the world. So if this is possible the way we're doing it right now, then I have always, it has never been a doubt in my mind that we can scan people remotely as well. That if we are all energy, if we truly believe in oneness, that we're all one, then we should be able to tap into each other's energy. How does a mother tap into a child's energy when they're in danger? Because of the intensified entanglement that they have. And how does two twins that live in different part of the world share the same feelings? So these are all fields that is a part of our reality, and we have access to. So my research was to be able to prove this, that we are one. And the only thing that is separating us is our intention, is the power of intention and directing of that source energy. So we got a group of people. This was a group of 10 people that we got in different places around the world. And we ran a Sputnik in Hawaii, and we ran a Sputnik in Orlando to want to see the difference of what's happening within the meditation and the information that was being shared. So what I did during this experiment was that I was connecting myself as a surrogate with permission to 10 people, and I was doing it before the scan of their biofield. And then we invite everybody to came to this meditation group, and everybody did the meditation, were part of the session. And then I connected them again with their permission, and I collected their information again, and we did a before and after measurements and kind of like a data comparison. And once we sat with the people that were part of the group, the 10 people that were not present, that I was scanning them using myself as a surrogate, that once we go through the information and we share the before and after of what happened and what they experienced, it was amazing. The accuracy of what they shared and the information that was presented in the system was just, you can't doubt it. It is so accurate. It is so dead on. And I have been doing this research for close to 100 different subjects, all different parts of the world, with 99% accuracy. I mean, people are just blown away when you can actually tap into their system and help them understand about what they need to do actually to heal themselves. I'm super excited for the mini to come out and have that for people that we can't really, the level that we can have that kind of the connection with. But, we are the most powerful technology that exists. And if we learn how to advance ourselves, then we are able to connect. We are able to share information if we allow it. And that way we can help so many people. So that was part of my dissertation research, to do this and to be able to prove that actually we are able to measure energy remotely and influence environments energy remotely. And this was a very, very successful study that we did. And the correlation with the information that we picked up with what the participants shared was very powerful. And we took this study and wanted to replicate it on a different modality, which is this is a specific modality called MAP. MAP stands for Make Anything Possible. This is a method of rewiring and reprogramming the brain. So we took a group of 30 people in over 3 months, and we ran this research to see if we could remotely do a before scan of a MAP session of a person, walk him through the treatments, and then do another scan at the end of the session and actually show them what happened without having a viable device present in their location. So I would be using myself again as a surrogate with my viable device to create the connection and to do the study. And we have 30 people that are amazed. They are blown away with the information that we're sharing on each session before and after of every single specific emotions. Because the way that the session works is that they have to sit, they have to think about a specific emotion that is not serving them. And then we'll walk them through a 30-minute like a meditation and a guided, like almost like a hypnotherapy session to be able to reprogram their system. So the information that we're sharing with people on the before of the emotions that we had no idea what is the emotion that they're picking up. That was completely private to them. We just had them pick up emotion. But by looking at their biofield, I could exactly tell them what was that emotion that they were holding on to without them even having a conversation with us. And this is what blew people away, because you could see, you could tell, you could see the emotions in their biofield. Somebody that wasn't forgiven, you could see their heart start to like shoot out the minute that they started to think about that emotion. Like somewhere that like you normally don't see it on just when you're scanning regular people. When you haven't think about a specific emotion and then do a scan, something beautiful happens. Like we had a mother and a child that had a big connection to the mother to start like thinking about the mom and sending love to the mom. And we started scanning the child. You can see a straight line from the heart of the child that starts to shoot out, come out like that, like something that like normally don't see it in biofield patterns. So people that had issues with people that were like betrayed in their lives, then as soon as they will think about that emotion, we'll see that their biofield on their back will completely disappear. And then they'll go through the session and they'll go through the forgiveness, and then like after the session when we scan and we see that the energy gets so much more coherent and comes like exactly around those areas. So this was so profound and so detailed that we had so many of these MAP practitioners that came and bought BioWell now, because they're like, this is powerful of what you can do remotely with people now in different areas in the world where they don't have any access to any kind of help. So just to reiterate on the power of the science and the technology that we're all sitting on and we're working on, and how much we can help humanity with this information. So that was the gist of the pretty much the research that I did to for my dissertation that I wanted to share with you guys. And this was something very, it's taken close to 8 to 10 years of my research in my life to be able to get to these understandings and really see how we can help humanity, how we can help different people. Now, one thing that I just got introduced to is there is as I'm doing a lot of research for a lot of different companies on the biofield, then we're getting more and more interest from companies that they want to understand more about the autonomic nervous system, about the HRV, and they want to see like, okay, once we're making the shifts on the biofield, now how long does it actually last to manifest the physiological system? So I've always been researching. I've always been trying to see, okay, is there a way that we can make the connection from the biofield, from the energy body into the physiology? And blissfully, a few months back, I was in a research conference, and I was just sharing. I was talking about sharing about my ideas, and this after my conversation was over, this gentleman looked like a very like scientific person. He approached me and he asked me if I'm interested in working with them, because they had a very high level biomedical grade medical research technologies. And And they were really fascinated with the work that I was doing with BioWell. So they wanted to see if I'm interested in doing the research to connecting the energy body to the physical body and having that conversation. So I was, of course, very fascinated. I had a couple of meetings with them. And what I realized was that, wow, I mean, this is a huge, huge opportunity that, this company has been around since 1998. And they have over 44 million data points, assessment points, that they're a biomedical research company in Italy that all they do is research. And from the research that they do, and they create different systems and different types of reports from their technologies. And their technologies are focused on they are like holistic wellness technologies. They're focused on HRV. So they have a technology that can actually measure clinical HRV. And we can see all different variations of the autonomic nervous system. Because nowadays, there's a lot of conversation about the HRV, and everybody, is talking about, oh, have you measured HRV? Do you measure HRV when you do research? But when you ask them, like, what is HRV? Like, do you understand what HRV actually is? People really don't understand, like, what is HRV? They just, okay, it's a heart rate variability. But like, okay, well, what is that a characteristics of? So what this technology, that's the power of it, is that it gives us a full different information about the complete autonomic nervous system. Because HRV is just one factor of the autonomic nervous system. And then we have the SDNN, we have RMSSD, we have capillary permeability, we have like different types of cortisol bumps and levels that we can tell a lot of information about. So once I saw the level of the accuracy and the technologies are all there's many different scientific reports that are published on PubMed. And these are all like, created with like over 20 to 30 different medical centers that they got like over 2,000 to 10,000 people together, and they did this types of research on. And what they showed me was the power of connecting that the shootouts that we see on the BioWell, that we are looking at overactivity in the system, to see now how can we tell if that overactivity has actually manifested to the physical system? Because right now we can see all chronic patterns, on the BioWell scan, that it looks like the orange that goes underneath the biofield, and it's kind of like more stuck to the physical body. But after understanding of how now we can work, especially when we look at the balance tab of BioWell, and we see like if there's somebody that has a lot of fluctuations in there, then I wanted to always understand, okay, how do I bring this balance tab into that perfect norm? Like I would see a lot of different modalities that people do Reiki, people do, different types of, modalities that, like, if somebody goes into like a deep meditation, that they could achieve that to bring the balance tab into more of like, nothing being highlighted and more everything being kind of like on the same range. So what they introduced me to was, I'm going to share my screen, and there's a few technologies that I have been doing a lot of research with right now, that I see it as a very, very powerful complementary technologies to what we're doing with the BioWell. And I feel like connecting the two, we can help so many people. So if I go to my screen here, and do you guys see my screen there? So this is healthnrx.com is the name of the company. And this is the technologies that they have. The technologies is called Biotecna. Biotecna is Italian medical biomedical research company. And this is one of the technologies that I'm obsessed with right now. So once I scan people on the BioWell and I see that they have a lot of fluctuations on their autonomic nervous system, then I bring them to the PPG. And what the PPG does is that there's two sensors that they get connected to our fingertips. And they're measuring blood flow, they're measuring oxygen level. And when people are, and it has a respiratory biofeedback. So then, it has a graph that comes and it shows people exactly how to breathe. And it's a test for 5 minutes. As soon as they do the 5-minute test, then it shows us exactly if they have low-level chronic inflammation in their system. And if they do have low-level chronic inflammation, then it shows us exactly like what are and let me take you here to their website. I can show you their graphs. So the PPG stress flow is this technology over here. And this is what it looks like. It has two different sensors that we connect to the index fingers. And then the information that they give us, if I go to their report, so they give you a full information about the autonomic nervous system. So that when we scan people, and this graph right here was created after 44 million assessment points. That people that they did a lot of study on athletes and people that were in the hospitals that were about to die. So people that were at the top level of their autonomic nervous system, they would come into this purple zone here. And people that were about to die, they'll be around the yellow zone that's at the bottom. So now, as soon as I do the bio scan, I bring them on here. And if I scan them, they're in that purple zone, I know they're good. But usually most people are like in this box over here or around here. So then now, and of course, I'm looking at the bio wall. It gives me a lot of information that there's a lot of fluctuations on the balance. So if I have any pointers in the VLF, which is this first pointer here, then that tells me that the information that I see in the bio well is actually manifested to the physical system, because this is a medical system, and these are the inflammatory markers. And then it gives us information about the SDNN, which is the total power of the autonomic nervous system. And then the RMSSD, which is the level of the coherence of the HRV. So if you have, the minimum should be 50 and 30. Usually people, when we scan them, they're like around like 40 or 20 or something, people that have inflammation that's manifested to their system. So then this will have a respiratory biofeedback that we can kind of like work with the person to regulate their autonomic nervous system. And I take them through this. It's about a 5-minute session. And then I take them back to BioWall and I scan them and I show them about their balance tab of how now we're able to more regulate the autonomic nervous system this way. Now, the people that have a little bit more issues, and see here, we get to look at the cortisol bump in here. People that have this bump that comes up here, that means that they have a healthy system. But a lot of people that have low-level chronic inflammation that maintains in their system, then this bump goes away. And it's like almost like the autonomic nervous system that's giving up on that issue, because it's keeping on like, triggering the system. If you don't pay attention to it, then it's just like we lose that bump and it starts to go straight down. So this is a powerful way now for us to look at the energy body, look at the autonomic nervous system, and really understand like who is the person that's in front of us, to be able to help them in a very powerful way. And one more technology that they have that I have added it as a part of our protocol now in Gaia Healers is that besides the PPG, as we're running this, they have a technology called the Regmatex. And what the Regmatex is pretty much a library of frequencies that it will get connected to, it has these sensors that will get connected to the wrists and will pick up the information from the system. And then it has 2 clips that connect to the ear lobes. So it's picking up data, it's thermal biofeedback, and then it starts to send frequencies towards the ear acupuncture points into the whatever that we want to pick. So usually when I go here, I go to the BioWell software, and then I go to let me show you guys here. Go to energy diagram and see the systems that are really shooting up really high, or the systems that are dipping, like liver here or like spine thorax zone. So then this other system, the Regmatex, has the frequency for every single one of these systems in their program. And these have been, it's a medical system. It's been collected from millions of data points from millions of people that they have tested. So then once I run it on here, it is game changing. I mean, it's becoming such a powerful experience for people that I work with. And one of the cases that I want to share with you today is this case right here. That this is a person that came to me. This was about a couple of weeks ago. That this was their biofield. As you can see, they have a lot of shootouts in their like throat, thyroid area. There's a lot of shootouts. This is on the liver, kidneys, your genital system. Their spine is, not really flowing the right way. On the cerebral zone, we see a drop. And then when you look at the top of the head, You see these like really defined shootouts that you can see that are shooting on top of the crown. And this is, more giving us information about their endocrine system. So pretty much a big mess. And, all the red dots here on the coronary vessels is, signifying a lot of pressure, a lot of stress in these systems. So I wanted to, she was one of the case studies that we wanted to see, okay, by looking at the biofield and looking at the information that we're getting from energy diagram here, look at these. The blind gut, huge shootout, liver, and she was diagnosed with a fatty liver. And when she came to me, she had really no control over her bowel movements. And the thyroid area, obviously, big shootout, jaws and teeth, there's a dip. And you see it, on all different areas. And we don't, it's not the best system that we want to have maintenance on. So now I want to compare this to, let's go back here. And this is one of the last scans that we did from her yesterday. I just want to show you the power of this system. Of course, if you look at the lifestyle, you can see the before, this is the orange ones. This is the after. We can see that improvement.
I think you have to share the screen.
Share the screen, please.
Nima.
My apologies. I thought I was sharing now. Let me see. Can you guys see my screen now?
Yeah, fine.
Okay.
Thank you.
So when you look at of course, when you look at the lifestyle, I mean, we can see that, the orange was the before and purple is the after. We can see that there's an improvement in most of the centers, but and the last scan that I did from her, she was very stressed out when she came in. There was something happened, like when she was driving to our office. So I can see why that was a little bit influenced, but huge changes in most of her systems. And when you go and look at the biofield, I mean, that is the crazy part. Look at all of this information here. See, we have all of this backup of energy that's, it's right around the coronary vessels. See all these red dots there. And this is 2 weeks later, using, really understanding the system, regulating the autonomic nervous system, and then hitting the areas that the bio shows that these areas are energetically not in coherence. And I mean, this is such a powerful way that we can help people now by looking at the information without manifestation and then going and using, electrodermal and using microcurrent to actually hit those specific areas and remove the blockages. She was in so much pain with us. So, you can see all these red dots here that now they're pretty much diminished. We don't have them there. If you look at the amount of energy that was there, there's so much overactivity. We don't have them anymore. Look at her hips. I mean, we have so many people now that they have hip issues because they're sitting down a lot. And she was in so much pain. When she came to me, as soon as she sat down on our first session, the first thing that she did was she crossed her legs over like this. She couldn't even sit still, in a normal way. She had to cross her legs in such a defined way that I was just like, oh my God, are you okay? Why are you sitting like that? And she's like, I'm in so much pain with my hips. And that was when, she came to me and she's like, I have no bowel control. She's like, it's just crazy. I'm 60 years old and I have no control. This is it's so embarrassing. So I'm looking at her system. I'm like, of course, if you have so much energy that's backing up here, that's backing up all these areas. I mean, this is the entire right around the root chakra and the sacral chakra that we're overactivating. We're adding so much energy in the system that everything around there, yeah, she's experiencing the pain in the hips, but now everything else that's around there is going to be influenced as well. So my plan of action for her was, okay, let's focus on the energy diagram, all the blind gut, liver, all these areas that are shooting out. Let's start working on those. And after each session, we do a bio scan to show her exactly what happened. So she can see visually of the improvement of each session. And that will give her a lot of, powerful, support so that she can continue to go through the sessions instead of being, oh, I'm not seeing anything or nothing's changing. So once after 2 weeks, I mean, I show her hips. I'm like, how does your hips? She's like, oh my God, my hips are so much better now. And there's a lot less pain in her system. But now she's feeling pain in her lower back. And if you see here now, this is another point of blockage that's not allowing this energy to move. And now this is becoming the second point that we're starting to work with her now, to work on the cervical so that we can get this energy moving. But besides all of those, I just want to show you once we go to a comparison view here, I just want to show you the improvements of the system. So if you look at the thyroid throat area, it was at 8 joules 2 weeks ago. Now look at her throat area. It's like 326. Now it's even like dropped a little bit more. If you look at her top of her crown, hypothalamus, 643. Now we are at 524. If you look at the epiphysis or the pineal, 682. Now we are at 468. If you look at her liver, and she said she had fatty liver, 960. That's a lot of information that was in her liver. Now look at the after. It's at 435. Like, I've been dealing with a lot of different modalities over the last 10 years and testing and testing and testing. But what I'm seeing here is truly a game changing. I mean, this is something that, and this is all done with a matter of like 15 to 20 minutes on this person. And we look at her kidneys. It's 1087 on the day before. It's like 340 now. And she was a little bit tired on the last day when I scanned her too. So look at her urogenital system. It was at 854. It went to 545. So look at the respiratory system. I mean, that's huge for women. 8 was the before. Now she's at 326. So a lot of this overactivity was, and if you just look at the biofield, you just see it for yourself of so much more in tune it is comparing to a couple of weeks ago. So this was kind of like, I wanted to bring all this information. This is all the work that I've been doing for, this last few years. And these are some really, really powerful results that I'm getting. So I wanted to share it with everybody. And I want to thank you so much for your attention. And if you guys have any questions, I would love to open the floor to see if I can answer anything based on what I've shared so far. And thank you, Dimitri, for the time. I appreciate you guys. I don't know how long I've been talking, but
well, it's all fine. Nima, you were the last one on the schedule, so it's according to the schedule.
That's why I wanted to be the last.
Only 10 minutes. It's only 10 minutes. You bypassed the schedule. So good job.
Okay. Thank you. Oh, dear Constantine. I see he's here too. Good to see you.
Mitya, would you like me to talk to?
You're muted. We can't.
Reports?
Yeah, welcome.
Okay. So, hello everybody. I'm glad to see you all. It's not a big company here today, but still we are a team. That's very important. And I hope that a lot of people will be watching this when it will be recorded. And I want to thank you, first of all, everybody who participated in those 2 days. And of course, the most who presented, because all the presentation was very interesting, very interesting. And it is very important that now we have more and more people who are doing their own research, because it's not just biowell, it's not just instrument, it is new science, the science of bioenergy, the science of energy fields, and we are creating this science. Biowell is one instrument, maybe it will be next instruments. So that's we are moving forward to this. So it's very important for more and more research should be done. And those days it was very interesting research, very interesting, and I was really impressed by presentation by Anton Sashkovich. Very good, very interesting, and Cedric as well. No, Neto is Neto. He is always great. And very interesting presentation of Nima as well. So, and Alexandra Banayan, she is doing her own research for many years. We colleagues for many years. So, It means that we need to really move forward. We need to make more and more research. With Sputnik, it will be more options because in an environment it will be much easier to make readings with Sputnik and with your, as Mitya told us, with remote measurements as well. So we have very good options. Now we have this BioWell element instrument available. And again, it's totally new area of research and development. But what's important? What is very important? It was very interesting to listen to all of you. But if we don't have this data published, if we don't have it presented to the world, it will be vanished. You know that for practically 30 years we have this Congress. We had many presentations, wonderful presentation on GDV in 2000s, but where there? Who knows about them? Nobody, because they are not published. So that is why I really ask you, please, you have interesting research. Please prepare your published papers. We can help you to publish it. We can pay for the publishing fee because you know that now nothing is going on for free. So we can help you with Bible companies to pay for this. We can help you to prepare papers. Please don't put my name or Dmitry name in papers because we don't need it. We need some other people to have their own papers. And that's very important because we need to move this forward to the world. We need to make it known, more and more known. Now we have more than maybe 300-400 papers published. And now it's more and more popular. Now we have more and more companies, as Nima told, that address us, approach us, but it should be more and more. We have several thousand practitioners operating in the world, but we should have tens of thousands. And this is our goal, not because of the profit. No, it's only just money is money. It's coming, but because of science. And of course, I was very inspired by Nima presentations because what he told us about his PhD, it's very great. My fantastic congratulations that you are doing this and about this research. So that's really very important as well. To go to different parts of the world, to take your own measurements in energy places, in sacred places. That is very, very important. I have next idea to go to Tibet because they have, of course, Lhasa, they have monasteries. Yes, yes. And maybe you know they have holy mountain, Kailash. Kailash, it's a holy mountain for all Buddhist people. And there are special trips that we can organize to go around Kailash. It is very physically intensive, so you should be well prepared for this because high altitude is really.
He says physically intensive. That means that it's extremely intensive for us.
Yes, yes, yes. But you see, but of course, because nobody did any measurements in this area. Nobody. It was a tremendous experience, of course, from thousands of people who've been there, and they've told us different stories, but without measurements. So if we go there all together with a group of people, then we can really make it a scientific event. So I plan to organize this type of trip for next year because the best time there would be summertime, and I have some good colleagues who can organize it. But then, of course, it will be obligatory to everybody, for everybody to have BioWell Mini and to have some couple of BioWells. Because our goal not just to go there, not to just to die there from altitude, it's a joke, but to have measurements. So in some time, I will prepare this as a project. Maybe we'll do it with Gaia together. Maybe we'll do it ourselves. But anyway, we'll make movie from this trip, obligatory. That's absolutely obligatory. And that's why for people who would be interested to be a part of this, you're very welcome. So follow our newsletters, follow our website, and you will see this information in a couple of months. And all together. So you see that, again, I repeat my first thesis that was in the very beginning, that we are developing. We're developing very good. We have really increase of our activity, and we need to understand we live in very difficult times, very difficult times. Now with meeting in Russia, we feel it like this. I was supposed to fly to Africa yesterday, but all the airports was closed. You understand? Just recently, I was supposed to go to Israel, but it was war there. And again, everything was. So we live in a very, very complex time. This meditation with Lynn McTaggart in the beginning of the year, he was trying to influence Washington, D.C. But with Trump, we have very unusual situation. Maybe it was your fault to have this situation.
I know. We should have done that.
Yes. And again, maybe next year we'll make another trip to Rapa Nui. You see this Rapa Nui sign?
Yeah, I love that's the shirt. That's the shirt of the champions.
Share this with you. You see, it's a holy image of Rapa Nui, and
Called the Birdman.
to go there again because it's tremendously interesting, and maybe we will organize some trip together, because this is one line, and it is very important. Of course, another line to make more and more research combining bioenergy with physiology. Again, that's very important. Now it is proven that with a balance program, we are measuring activity of sympathetic, parasympathetic nervous system. It is proven with a lot of data. And maybe you've seen my little paper on this. And we discussed with with our programmers that we can introduce this in our software as well. But still, it's a question of legal issues. But I think it will be possible. So that is why we need to make more and more research combining BioWell with other technologies. HRV, different instruments, it's obligatory because it's proven now again. It is very well accepted research, and we have a lot of data showing this correlation. But again, the more correlations we have with blood tests, with different physiological measurements. That's why the project that Nima has, Neto has in Brazil, with many people, that's really powerful. And it may generate a lot of data. But again, obligatory after it will be done, it should be not only PhD. It's very good, of course. It's very important. But it should be published papers, obligatory. So please keep this in mind. And again, now we have a lot of good peer-reviewed journals that accept our papers, of course, not for free. We live in this society, but with BioWell company, we can support good publications. Please send it to us. We will help you to prepare a good paper, and we'll help you to have it published. And again, we don't need our names to be there because it's totally different story. But we need to move forward all this system as a system of new science. So again, I was very glad to see you all. Maybe somewhere next year we'll make a live meeting, maybe Russia, maybe in Spain, maybe we'll see. Maybe in the United States. No, in the United States, of course, Nima has it on a regular basis. So that is why thank you very much again. And I'm looking forward to our great development.
Thank you, Konstantin. Thank you for everything that you do for us. We appreciate you.
Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you, everyone. Thanks for being here.
It's our honor to meet you. Thank you
Thank you,
so much.
Dimitri. Dimitri, thank you.
Okay, Mitya.
Take care. Take care. We'll see you next year on the annual 30th Congress.
30th Congress, yes.
Bye, family.
Bye.
Bye.
Okay, bye-bye. Thank you so much.
Bye-bye.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you from Thailand. Bye bye.